Okay, it's now 10 o'clock, so I would like to start the Development Control meeting for the 24th of September. I have quite a lot to say to begin with in terms of introductory remarks because we're actually operating online. First of all, we're holding this meeting electronically in accordance with the relevant regulations. Members of the public may attend this meeting in an electronic capacity, and there is a link on the Council's website for them to do so. But only agreed public speakers who've already been, they will know who they are, and petitioners have been permitted to attend via Teams and therefore will have the opportunity to speak. Members of the meeting are also please asked to switch off their video and cameras until they're asked to speak, and then when they finish speaking to switch them off. This is to save bandwidth and it helps the smooth running of the electronics of the system. I'm asking all members, if they wish to speak, they should request to do so using the chat function. But I will also, and the chat function will also be used for voting, as well as I will ask individual members of the committee to say which way they plan to vote as well. So there'll be belt and braces there that the public will be able to see or hear what the members are voting, and it will be on the chat function as a record for officers. And when it comes to the vote, I will ask members to vote for, against or abstain for each item at the end of the debate on that item. Officers, petitioners and speakers are also in attendance, but will also keep their cameras and microphones switched off, please, until they are called to speak. Unfortunately, if there's any disruption to the meeting, we may exclude people from the meeting if necessary, but I hope that won't be necessary. In the event of any connection failures, the Democratic Services Officer clerking the meeting will advise me whether the meeting is still quorate. If the meeting is still quorate, it will continue. If there is no quorum, I will specify the period for which the meeting is to be adjourned. It is expected that adjournments should be no longer than needed to enable the connection to be re-established, and I will advise members accordingly. If an individual member is absent for a significant period of the discussion due to technical issues, I will have to take advice as to whether or not he or she will be eligible to vote at the particular application being discussed. The normal rules will apply that if you can't attend during the whole of the debate, you can't normally vote. In the event of a complete technical failure for speakers or petitioners, I will read out a statement from the individual speaker or petitioner to ensure their voice is heard. Also, it's likely to be quite a long meeting. I'm expecting it to be quite a long meeting, probably going through well into lunchtime. I will take a short comfort break at an appropriate point in the proceedings, probably in between the first and the second item. Okay. So we now go into the more normal processes. First of all, if any member wishes an item of business, if their particular view on an item of business to be recorded in the minutes, please request that to be the case, and it will appear in the minutes under your name. And also, members are reminded of their obligation to declare interests at the start of each meeting if they have any. So what I'm going to do now is I'm going to ask each member of the committee to briefly introduce themselves. And I'll note before I do that, we have two substitutes. Jeff Jones is a substitute for David Barnard, who unfortunately can't attend today. And Tim Williams is substituting for John Hale, who I think wants to speak as a non-member of the committee. So I'll go through each in alphabetical order. I'll go through each member of the committee in turn and ask them to introduce themselves, starting with David Andrews. Are you here, David? No, I don't think David's joined us yet. Stephen Bolton.
Hello, I'm Stephen Bolton. I'm the member for Hatfield Rural.
Thank you, Stephen. Steve Drury.
Morning, everybody. Steve Drury. I represent Division 61, Croxley Green.
Thank you. Dreda Gordon.
Good morning, Dreda Gordon, representing London Colney and Highfield.
Thank you. Jeff Jones.
Thank you, Chairman. Yeah, I'm Jeff Jones. I'm the member for Buntingford. I'm a substitute member on this committee, as you've pointed out already, Chairman, and I'm substituting today for Councillor Barnard.
Thank you, Jeff. Michael Muir, Vice Chairman.
Malcolm Muir, I'm present and I represent Baldock and a little bit of Letchworth.
Michael, you have your hand raised. Could you?
Yeah, sorry.
lower it? That's it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Seamus Quilty.
Good morning, Chairman. My name is Seamus Quilty and I represent Bushy South Division of the County Council.
Thank you. I come next in the alphabetical order. My name's Ian Ray. I'm the chairman of this committee and I represent Berkhamsted on the County Council. Next is Tim Williams.
Good morning, Ian. It's Tim Williams here. I represent the Woodside Stanwood Division, which is north of Watford. Thank you.
Thank you, Tim. And finally, Andrew Williams. Is Andrew here? No, so we have both Andrew Williams and David Andrews are missing, possibly for technical reasons. But we are quorate, so we will continue. Apologies, we will assume that people who aren't here have apologised because of the risks with technical issues. So if we go on to the minutes of the last meeting, can I confirm the minutes of the last meeting held on the 20th of May are a correct record? Perhaps you'd like to indicate that just through the chat function.
Okay.
If you're happy with that. Okay, I think we have a majority for that. And nobody's indicated that they wish any changes. So the minutes of the meeting on the 20th of May are confirmed. Obviously, they can't be signed at the moment because there's no chance of going to County Hall, but as soon as we can return to County Hall, I'll sign the minutes. We have a public petition in respect of Ellenbrook Fields, but I propose to take that just before that item, which is the second item on the committee, so the petitioners will have their opportunity to speak before we take the item on the development of Ellenbrook Fields Quarry. I have no other business notified. We've had no motions to discuss, so I'll go immediately then into item 1, which is the proposed construction of a new single-storey classroom block and front extension to the school with associated works including car parking, boundary treatments, landscaping and the creation of a new playing field to the south of the school at Codicott Primary School, Meadowway, Codicott. The presenting officer is Sharon Threlfall. And after Sharon has given her presentation, I'll ask the speakers, will have the opportunity to speak. So first of all, Sharon, can I ask you to present the case, the officer's case for item 1, please?
Good morning. Thank you, Councillor Ray, and good morning, members of the committee. I do have a PowerPoint presentation to share with you. There does seem to be, when we put the PowerPoints up, there does seem to be a slight delay on the slides moving through. So I will hesitate and just confirm that you're with me on the correct slides as we move through the presentation. And if anything is not clear, if you can just make me aware of that, probably because I will be presenting, the easiest way will be for you to just speak and say that if anything isn't clear, because there's about a 10-second delay. So what I'm going to do first is just call up my presentation. So if hopefully what you're seeing now is just the blank screen of the plain screen for Codicott Primary School for today. And if I move down, what you should have there is a Google Maps aerial view of Codicott and the school. Councillor Ray, could I just confirm that that's what you can see on your what you can see on your screen, please? Yes,
I can see an aerial view and I can see the Codicott School highlighted.
Thank you. I'm just going to get a pointer, which we may need to use later on. Can you see a red dot on the screen?
Yes, I can see it moving around.
OK, that's great. That may come in handy later when we're just if there's specific questions that members ask. So I'm going to present the planning case for this application. It may be worthwhile for members just to bear in mind that Kate Marr is speaking after as one of the speakers from school planning team, and she'll be in a position to answer questions that members may have in terms of school planning process, in terms of forecasting numbers, school admission policies and things like that. So those questions should be directed to Kate Marr after she speaks rather than to me from a planning perspective. So just to give a little bit of context there. So the proposal before us today is for a classroom block and associated works, which will increase the current school from a 1FE to a 2FE, and to create new playing fields, a new playing field on the agricultural field to the south of the existing school. As you can see from the aerial photo, this is the school in Codicut. That's the school building, and it takes in these fields to the north at present. The High Street area is St Albans Road, and the village extends to the north and south of the of Codicut, of the school in Codicut. It's a residential area. The only vehicle access is from Hill Road down through to Meadow Way, through a residential housing estate, and it is a cul-de-sac it's cul-de-sac access. So vehicles, there is no exit point. The school can also be accessed by a network of public rights of way. There's a public right of way that runs to the south of the school, just where I hope you can see. Councillor Ray, could you just confirm you can see where the pointer is going?
Yes, I can.
Yeah. So there's a public right of way that runs to the south of the school and links in here to St Albans Road. That's paved. There is a second public right of way. The public right of way actually runs to the left-hand side of the trees and goes through onto this track, although the actual usage is of people are taking this path here, the route to the right-hand side of the trees. That's not paved in any way, that's just through an agricultural field. So the reason this application has come before committee is that there is a need for additional primary school places to satisfy the County Council's statutory obligation to provide primary school places in Hertfordshire. The committee may be aware that there have already been previous bulge years at this school. There was a mobile classroom for a single bulge year in 2016, and this was replaced in 2018 with a double classroom to accommodate a further bulge in 2018. That mobile classroom is located to the northwest of the existing main school building. There is no space for any additional mobile classrooms within the existing grounds of the primary school. The school planning team are forecasting a shortfall of 20 reception spaces for September 2021, which arises from the existing housing population within Codicut. And last year, 2019, there were 11 children from the village of Codicut who could not be accommodated within Codicut Primary School and had to be allocated school places elsewhere. There is a point of order I would like to just clarify in terms of the local plan. If you turn to page 2 of my report and paragraph 2.4, it does say that the local plan, the emerging local plan, has not yet been adopted. That is still the case, but the hearings which were scheduled for March and had not been rescheduled have now been rescheduled, and those are due to recommence next week with further sessions in October. But it remains the case that the extant planning policy is the adopted local plan from as stands, but weight can be given to the policies in the emerging local plan. So I'm just going to move on to description of the existing site. So I'm just going to change slides. So what you should have before you now is a slide showing the existing layout of the school. So we've got the red line around both sections of the proposed development. The only part of the school that currently exists is the area to the north of the public right-of-way, which I'm highlighting with the pointer now. So that's the public right-of-way that runs between the existing school to the north and the current agricultural field. The main school buildings are located in the south of the existing site. This is the car park area by the entrance, by the vehicle entrance on the left-hand side. Above the existing car park is the location of the current mobile classrooms to accommodate the existing bulge years. And then the playing field is marked up to the north of the site. So just going back, so this area to the south, the proposed, which is proposed for the playing field, is currently within the green belt. So this agricultural field is currently within the green belt. The local plan, the emerging local plan, does propose to remove that from the green belt, but as it stands today, that agricultural field is currently in the green belt. So this is a composite photo taken from the existing playing field, and you can see the scale on the left-hand side. You can see the scale of the existing school. It's predominantly single-storey, brick-built and cladding, and then you've got the car park in front of us, and you can see beyond the car park the access onto Meadow Way, and on the right-hand side you've got the mobile classroom, the existing mobile classroom. What I'd like to move on to do now is show you the proposed development. So, Councillor Ray, could you just confirm you've got the proposed site layout plan?
Yes, I have.
Thank you. So this is the main school building, as you have already seen. The car parking is proposed for this area here, an increase in car parking, and the way that this is going to be achieved within the current site is by double stacking the car parking, so that effectively teachers will block each other in, staff will block each other in, and that will need to be managed by the school to accommodate an increase in car parking numbers. To the left-hand side of the car park is the proposed classroom block. It's single-storey with an atrium. So this is the classroom block, single-storey with an atrium, a central atrium, and that is to facilitate passive heating and to minimise the need for artificial lighting. And so it's of a comparable scale to the main school building, the existing main school building, and that will be linked to the existing building through a walkway. This is next to the classroom block is a proposed hard court, and then an informal play area further to the north. The application also seeks to include the existing agricultural field and create a formal playing field on this site to the south. As you can see, the red line boundary does not take in the right-of-way. The right-of-way will be maintained. What the application is proposing is that it will need, if I move on to, there we go. So that's the agricultural field to the south. I hope you have that in front of you now. Where my pointer is on the left-hand side, that is the green mesh weld fencing that is on the boundary of the existing school. It is proposed to put that fencing around the playing field, along all boundaries of the playing field. It is 2.1 metres, so it is higher than the existing fence, but there has to be a balance between the openness of the area and the safeguarding of the children. So it will remain separate, but the public right-of-way between the main school building and the formal playing pitches will be retained. So there will still be public access on this footway. Okay. There are proposals for highway measures, but I will come to that during the main discussion of the application. So there were 2 stages of consultation for this application, and the first consultation took place last autumn in 2019, and following on from that consultation, additional information was support, and there were additional highway measures, which I'll come on to later, that were proposed in support of the application. And so I felt that was so significant that it really needed a second round of consultations. So that was sent out to everybody who'd responded previously. So in terms of, if I can move on to page 5, section 5 of my report, you'll see the consultation responses are all set out there. There is no objection from North Herts District Council. Codicut Parish Council have objected. They object on the basis that the land is not in the ownership of the County Council, that the draft local plan is not approved, that the school place forecasts are too low, and there will be traffic congestion from the increase in vehicles. There was no further response received to the reconsultation. As you will see at 5.9, the Highway Authority do not raise any objection. They proposed some conditions, and those are listed at the back of the report. And the rights of way at 5.13, they don't want to see the footpath enclosed to any less enclosed any more than as existing. But on checking the definitive map, they didn't have a width measured for those public rights of way. So one of the conditions does propose a survey so we can establish clearly the rights of way and ensure that those are maintained should planning permission be granted. Sports England did originally place a holding objection as they needed further information about the specification of the field, and that we will need to liaise between Sports England and the lead local flood authority to ensure that the cut and fill method provides suitable drainage, as well as providing an appropriate playing field to the standards set out by Sports England. And again, that's reflected in the proposed conditions. So moving on to the public element of the consultation process, there were initially 18 responses, and these were all objections or raising concerns in respect of the proposal. Firstly was the local plan issue that we touched upon, that the emerging local plan has not been adopted, and that the housing that the expanded school is predicated on has not been built or approved or built. There are currently 4 planning applications that are sitting with North Herts District Council. Those haven't been approved, and those still remain without a decision at this date. Greenbelt, the proposed development is inappropriate in the Greenbelt, and that residents have had access to the field for many years. The key objection really, and we'll come on to this during the discussion of the policy issue, of the planning issues, is the traffic impact and highway safety impact. Residents feel that the traffic assessment is not accurate, and it does not consider the cumulative effect of the proposed development. Residents, and this is particularly for Meadow Way within the cul-de-sac area, residents do not have anywhere to park due to large number of children who are driven to school. That drop-off and pick-up should be within the school. The local roads can't cope with existing traffic, increase in traffic and issues arising from that, and the impact of construction traffic. The impact on the school, there was concern about a safeguarding risk getting children from the school into the playing field, and the access to outdoor space would be restricted, and it created a smaller school overall. There was also raised the issues of residential amenity, and the residents wouldn't be able to access their properties during drop-off and collection, and just disturbance from out-of-hours events from the school. There were a couple of non-material amendments that are, non-material objections that were raised, shown at paragraph 5.13. and those are set out for you there. Following the reconsultation, there were 9 further objections received, and those all restated the objections that they had previously made, and that felt that the additional information did not address those concerns sufficiently. So moving on to section 6 of the policy considerations, we're bound by the National Planning Policy Framework. The current development plan is the North Hertfordshire District Local Plan adopted in 1996, and the key policies are set out for you there at paragraph 6.3. As I've said, there is an emerging local plan. It has been subject to a series of public examinations in 2018, 2019. That was due to conclude earlier this year, but it was placed on hold due to the COVID lockdown, and that recommences next month. But significant weight can be given to those draft policies. But really the key issue here is that the playing field element of the proposed development is currently within the green belt, and it's on that basis that we're looking at the application. So the principal planning issues, they're set out on page 10, starting at paragraph 6.9, and we'll go through each one of them in turn for you. So the green belt. Development can be considered to be inappropriate in the green belt, and there are exceptions to this, which is set out at paragraph 6.11. And I would draw your attention to point E, material changes of use of the land, such as changes for use of outdoor sport and recreation, can be considered as not inappropriate, provided that they don't harm the openness of the green belt. In this instance, we do find that there is some harm because the proposed mesh weld fencing that is required for safeguarding purposes will create a sense of enclosure and formality that doesn't exist at present. So there is the proposal is considered to be inappropriate development in the green belt. However, the scale of that inappropriate development is considered to be minor. The impact is considered to be minor. And should members be minded to grant planning permission, the impact is considered not to be so significant as to require referral to the Secretary of State. Therefore, if we're looking to promote inappropriate development in the green belt, there have to be very special circumstances to justify the grant of planning permission. In this instance, it is the need for primary school places within the village of Codicut that provides those very special circumstances. There has already been 2 bulge years for this school. There is anticipated to be 20 space shortfall for the coming academic year. And there is a need to balance the impact on the openness of the green belt caused by the fencing to safeguard the children, balanced against the statutory obligation of the County Council to provide primary school places for children within Hertfordshire. And there's an unmet demand already of 0.3 FE within Codicut, and we've already got mobile classrooms. There's insufficient space for any other mobile classrooms within Codicut Primary School, and that's why this application is coming forward. So it's felt that that statutory obligation to provide primary school spaces and the great weight given to the need to expand and alter schools as set out in the NPPF clearly outweighs the harm to the openness to the green belt and any other harm. So I'm going to move now on to the traffic and highway safety issues. And this, as I've mentioned already, was a key concern raised by residents. So you should now have the aerial photo. I'd just like to remind you of how pupils can access the school. So vehicular access is provided by Hill Road, down through Meadow Way to the school. There's obviously pavements along those roads as well, and there's a public right of way to the south, running to the south of the school. I have been to the school at pickup time to observe the congestion for myself, and it is fair to say that there was a lot of parking in the locality, both at Hill Road and at the end of the public right of way on St Albans Road as well. It was very congested. There was a lot of vehicles parked. They were parked over the drop curb, and you can see the damage to the verge that is there now. However, it's also important to note that almost 80% of the current pupils live within 1 kilometre of the school, and it would not be unreasonable for those pupils to walk to school, and that the reason that this application is coming forward is because there is a demand, an unmet demand for primary school spaces within the village of Codicut itself. So as you can see on paragraph 6.27, the Highway Authority have raised no objection to the proposals to expand the school. As I mentioned earlier, there was a reconsultation when additional measures were proposed by the applicant. And what you should now have in front of you is a screen showing the red line for the whole school, and that does incorporate the public right of way, but just to reassure you that the public right of way is not to be closed off. And the highlighted yellow areas are proposed for a speed reduction from 30 miles an hour to 20 miles an hour. So that's the first measures that are proposed in terms of highway safety. There are also proposals to provide no stopping zigzags and potential for no waiting restrictions and H-bars over the drop curves to stop vehicles parking across those drop curves of residential properties. Now, this does rely on enforcement from the civic enforcement officers of North Herts District Council. But the planning policy guidance is that in making a decision, the local authority must rely on those other regulatory bodies to exercise the regulatory powers that they have available to them. So just moving to the southeast of the proposed site, there's some additional no waiting areas there proposed, because what happens at present is you have a public right of way that comes out to this point here on St Albans Road. So as set out in paragraph 6.33, the NPPF is clear, and it states that development should only be prevented or refused on highway grounds if there would be an unacceptable impact on highway safety or the residual cumulative impacts on the road networks would be severe. The response that we have from the Highway Authority in this instance is that the impact on the highway would not be severe. Moving on to landscaping and visual impact, there's not a significant amount of landscaping proposed with this application. There is a tree to be removed that's proposed to be removed to facilitate the extension of the car park, but the plans already incorporate the replacement of that tree on a 2-for-1 basis. And the building, the proposed building, for the classroom block is of a scale and material that's in keeping with the setting of the existing schools. The main concerns with landscaping and visual impact is the potential for a tunnelling effect from the fencing, and that's why it's proposed to have the mesh weld fencing, which is as visually open as it can be, whilst maintaining the safeguarding of the children. The area has limited ecological value, but there is the opportunity to make some gains with improved landscaping, and we can regulate that through condition. So impact on residential amenity, again, the key issue is the parking and the transport, the highway impact, which we've already addressed. In terms of the construction phase, we can regulate the impact of construction traffic through a construction management plan, which will limit the times of when the development will take place and the movement of vehicles, and that's a standard practice, and have a compound to ensure that vehicles aren't on the public highway, that their materials are stored within the school. There are no flooding issues, and in terms of the loss of agricultural land, this land has very limited agricultural value, and as previously mentioned, the biodiversity gains that can be delivered through landscaping enhancements are seen as a positive. So, in conclusion, the proposed development seeks to expand an existing primary school in a central location in the village of Codicote from a 1FE school to a 2FE school. In order to compensate for the loss of playing field within the original school grounds, it is proposed to change the use of an existing agricultural field within the Greenbelt to a playing field. The need for the enlarged school within the village is driven by the demand for school places from the existing population of Codicote and the growth that is anticipated during the planned period on the basis of the forecast housing growth. The local plan has not been adopted, but some weight can be given to it. But the extant planning policy is that this playing field would be within the Greenbelt, and therefore we need very special circumstances to grant planning permission, but no alternative sites have been brought forward for a replacement school, as has been proposed by some residents. On balance, great weight is given to the need to fulfil the statutory obligation to provide primary school places and to alter and expand schools. The benefits of the proposal clearly outweigh the harm to the openness of the Greenbelt and any other harm, including the impact on residential amenity and the highways, when considered with the proposed mitigation measures, which can be considered secured by condition. Okay, so that concludes my presentation for you, and I'll just stop sharing.
Thank you very much.
I think I should be off now.
Yes, that was a very clear presentation of the issues. We have two speakers in opposition, which I'll stop now. You'll be timed, and you'll be asked, you will only have 5 minutes, and I will give you an indication when you have 1 minute. First of all, I'll ask people that they appear in the audience. So, Bruce Bamber, can you now speak? You have 5 minutes to speak against the application. Bruce Bamber.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Good. Thank you. Good morning. Yes, I'm Bruce Bamber, Director of Railton Transport Planning Consultancy. I've previously submitted 2 letters objecting to the proposed development on behalf of local residents. My concerns are about parking impact and the lack of adequate mitigation. There is already pressure on on-street parking around the school. Using the applicant's figures, the expansion will lead to 39 additional cars at school start and finish times. This is far in excess of the very small number of spare on-street spaces, and is likely to lead to parking in locations that obstruct drivers' visibility and make crossing the road dangerous. No additional parking is proposed for parents. In such circumstances, where significant adverse highway safety impacts are likely, I would expect to see a robust mitigation strategy. Let's examine what is being proposed. First of all, road markings that deter parking in dangerous locations and where local residents' amenity is prejudiced. These measures, if anything, reduce the amount of on-street parking available to parents, may increase vehicle manoeuvring in the most sensitive areas closest to the school, and risk just displacing vehicles into other inappropriate areas. In terms of the proposed 20 mph speed limit, research indicates a resulting average speed reduction of only 1 mph. It should not be assumed that this will effectively mitigate safety issues. The key element of mitigation is to rely on parents parking further from the school. This approach is both naive and negligent. It is naive because parental compliance cannot be relied upon. How many parents will consciously park more than 500 metres from the school when there is a prospect of finding a closer space? What will parents do when they see others flaunting the system? How will the school ensure that parents aren't in a rush? I cannot see how the system can work. The approach is negligent because there has been absolutely no work to assess possible displaced impacts. The scheme has the potential to increase highway safety problems in other areas. We just don't know because there has been no assessment. Even the map attached as Appendix A of the travel plan identifying a park and stride zone is of little use as it's based on crowfly distances and says nothing about the quality or safety of possible pedestrian routes. Two further reasons are given to suggest lower traffic impact: the location of new development and the travel plan. It is suggested that new development will bring more pupils closer to the school, yet 3 of the 4 proposed new local developments are located at fringe locations further from the school than almost all existing housing in the village. The school already has a travel plan. If it is effective, then existing travel patterns will reflect this. If it is not effective now, it won't be effective after expansion. Either way, the travel plan at best, and as shown by research into school travel plans, will only have a marginal impact on travel behaviour. Staff parking. The school staff car park is currently over capacity. It is proposed to increase parking numbers using double tiers of parking that result in almost half the parked cars being blocked in. This is both non-standard and inconvenient and risks encouraging staff to park in on-street spaces close to the school, thereby further reducing the space available for parents. I conclude that proposed highways mitigation that should be robust and convincing is weak and unproven. It has not been demonstrated that the proposals will not lead to an unacceptable impact in terms of highway safety and amenity. That's the end. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Bambo, and you kept well inside the 5 minutes, for which I'm very, very grateful. I'd like to ask if any committee member wishes to ask Mr. Bambo a question. Can you indicate in the chat box that you wish to ask him a question? No, I don't think so. So thank you very much, Mr. Bambo. I'll now call on the second speaker, which is Steve Woodward. Mr. Woodward, are you there?
I am here. Can you hear me?
I can hear you and I can see you.
You can see me. Excellent. Thank you.
Again, you have
so
5
my
minutes.
name's
I'll give you 1 minute notice.
Righto, thank you. So my name's Steve Woodward. I'm the chairman of the group Save Morwell Connecticut and also a parent at the school. The committee will be aware that this application is inextricably linked to the North Herts local plan. The expansion land is coming from a developer as part of a larger Greenbelt site, and financial contributions are coming from each of the 4 large Greenbelt development sites in Connecticut, all of which are subject to close scrutiny by the Secretary of State's Planning Inspector through the local plan process. Your planning officer has explained to you that her recently released report was incorrect to state that the examination into the local plan had not been rescheduled. In fact, the new dates for the final examination have been known since the 16th of August, and the hearings start in just 4 days. NHDC's treatment of the Greenbelt has been strongly opposed by our group, our planning barrister, thousands of residents, many local groups, parish councils and even MPs. The fact that these discussions are progressing to a further session of hearings illustrates that the planning inspector has not been satisfied with NHDC's treatment of the Greenbelt, that it's sound, and that the emerging local plan, on that basis, the emerging local plan should not be afforded any weight. Given the dependence of this application on the 4 other Connecticut sites, it would therefore be entirely premature to grant this application today. Not just from the point of view of common sense, with the local plan hearing starting only next week, but from the point of view of national planning guidance. The NPPF states, pardon me, in paragraph 49, arguments that an application is premature can justify a refusal where A, the development proposed is so substantial or its cumulative effect would be so significant that to grant permission would undermine the plan making process by predetermining decisions about the scale, location or phasing of new development that are central to an emerging plan. Well, the scale, location and phasing of the housing sites in the local plan are each linked to this application. HCC has not looked into compulsorily purchasing the expansion land and is therefore entirely reliant on the decision of the planning inspector at the forthcoming local plan hearings. Point B, the emerging plan is at an advanced stage but is not yet formally part of the development plan from the area. Well, the hearings start on Monday, so both circumstances clearly apply in this case. Besides this, the current statutory development plan against which this application should be assessed states the following. Within the excluded villages, the council will normally permit development only if the development proposed is compatible with the maintenance and enhancement of village character and the maintenance of greenbelt boundaries. Surely, if this is the case, then the application should be refused on the grounds that the proposal supports to a great extent a significant number of new houses on greenbelt land, which will harm the existing character of Codica and involve the change in a number of greenbelt boundaries. Lastly, I would like to address the issue of school capacity to illustrate that the current school expansion plan is inadequate in anything but the very short term and will not ultimately solve a shortage of pupil places in the village. The County Council's forecasts tell us that this year there is a deficit in school places of 0.4 of a form entry. The local plan's housing allocation for Codicut is 315, which would create demand according to HCC of 0.6 of a form entry. Additional infill development of 49 houses is also expected during the plan period. In other words, once 315 houses are built on the 4 development sites allocated to Codicut, this plus 49 houses from infill and the current unmet demand would account for the entire additional form entry being provided by the school expansion. Once those houses are built, the school will be full again. Should the local plan proceed, all 4 sites already have prospective developers. 3 already have planning applications in process awaiting the outcome of the local plan examination. Each of these seeks to build significantly higher numbers of houses than allocated in the local plan. Additionally, infill development in the plan period is double that anticipated. Pending planning applications on the local plan sites propose 370 houses.
Would you have one left?
Thank you. The pending planning applications on the local plan sites propose 370 houses, not 315. Infill development in the plan period is currently around 100 houses, not 49. So if the local plan goes ahead, it is entirely realistic to expect that over the very short term, 470 houses will be built, which is 106 more than the expanded school can cope with. The school will therefore be full and oversubscribed again. It will also be shoehorned into the available land with no further ability to grow to accommodate the unmet need, and it will be compromised by the other well-documented shortcomings of the expansion plan, e.g. a detached playing field, a public right-of-way running right through the site, unsuitable staff parking arrangements, unworkable and unsafe parking and travel for parents, etc. The only reason this application is in front of the council is because of the opportunistic needs of property developers and landowners. It uses the demand created by them and the land contributed by them as a starting point.
I'm afraid your 5 minutes is now up, so I'm going to have
Okay, I'd had literally a sentence left.
Okay, let's finish that sentence, please.
Okay, fine. It produces a facility that will be poorer for the children and staff and will still be full. So I urge the councillors to reject the application and insist instead that a plan is prepared that puts the needs of the village's kids first and is suitable to address the long-term demand. Okay. Thanks very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Woodward. Again, if any committee member wishes to ask Mr. Woodward a question, can you indicate in the chat box? No, you'll let off any questions, Mr. Woodward.
Okay, so fine. I'll silence myself. Thank you very much.
We have one speaker in favour of the application. That's Kate Marr, who's a senior planning officer in the education department at HCC. Kate Marr, are you there? Can you now start speaking?
Yeah, thank you, Chair.
Yeah, you have 10 minutes because it's the accumulation of the time spent on the previous opposition speakers. Thank you. I'll give you 1 minute notice if necessary.
Thank you. I don't think that'll be necessary. So yeah, my name's Kate Marr. I work in the school planning team in Children's Services, part of Hertfordshire County Council, and our team fulfils the council's statutory duty to ensure that sufficient places, school places, are available in its area to meet demand. So as you've heard today, Codicott Primary School is a one-form entry primary school offering 30 places per year, serving the village of Codicott. It is full or overfull in every year group, and there continues to be high local demand from the existing community. The County Council has worked with the school to agree temporary expansions to meet existing local demand in 4 out of the last 6 years to ensure children living in the village are able to gain a reception place. However, as Sharon has indicated, the school buildings are now full, including temporary classrooms, which have already been provided to accommodate the previous temporary expansions. There are no further options for temporary expansion on the site without locating a mobile classroom on the existing playing field, encroaching on the already constrained site area. Last year, 11 pupils living within the Codicott parish were unable to gain a place at the school and were offered a place at another school outside the village. The latest pupil forecasts indicate that there'll be insufficient places at the school to meet demand in 2 of the next 3 years, meaning some local children would not be able to gain a place unless we increase the number of places available. Alongside demand from the existing community, as you've heard, North Herts local plan in draft has proposed over 300 new homes within the village across a number of development sites. A planning application for residential development on one of these development sites, land south of Heath Lane, CD5, which is adjacent to the school, has been submitted to North Herts District Council. This development will provide the opportunity for land additional to the school to be made available to the school to increase the size of the school and support the enlargement of the primary school, as indicated in Sharon's presentation. In light of the anticipated pupil yield likely to arise from the proposed scale of housing growth in the local plan, coupled with the demand from the existing community, the County Council has identified the need to increase the number of places available at the school to ensure both the local community, current and future, has access to a local primary school place. On this basis, in the summer of 2019, following public consultation, the County Council took the statutory decision to enlarge Codicott Primary School from 1 FE to 2 FE to meet growing demand. This decision is conditional upon on the granting of planning consent for the school expansion scheme, which is before you today. Without the expansion of the school, some children in the village will not be able to gain a place and will have to travel to schools further afield. The next nearest primary schools are all over 2 miles away. Allocating school places to local children outside of the village is not only likely to increase pressure on the highways network, with a number of families having to travel further to attend school, but it is also likely to impact on the County Council's home to school transport budget. Expanding the capacity at the school will provide the right number of primary school places to meet future demand from the growing local community. Provision of 2 forms of entry at Codicott Primary will mean that families living in the village can access a local school place. It avoids the need for families to travel outside the village for their primary education. The school continues to work hard to ensure pupils arriving at school cause minimal impact on the road network. These will be local children, and the school encourages walking, scootering and sustainable modes of transport. The County Council is proposing a phased increase in the number of places available, taking into account the fact that there's demand now from the existing community, but also from future housing growth, which will come on in time. So we are working with the school to agree the number of places available year on year once it's expanded as the school grows, to mirror the demand from the local community and ensure that local children are able to gain a place but minimise the risk of any increased inflow from outside the village. We therefore express our support for this planning application, which will facilitate an expansion of the capacity at the school, ensuring the right number of school places are provided in the right place to meet the needs of this growing community. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Kate. Does then again, does any member of the committee wish to ask Kate Marr a question? And if so, can you indicate in the chat box? No, I have nobody indicates they wish to ask a question at the moment. Thank you very much indeed. Okay, so we can now move on to debate. So does any member of the committee oh, sorry, there's a question. Dredder, do you want to ask Kate a question?
Yes, please, Chair. Sorry, the technology isn't as speedy at this end as what I wish it to be. Yeah, thank you. Yes, you've described the school as Codicote Primary School, but in actual fact, it is Codicote Church of England Primary School. And my question really comes from my knowledge as a governor, previous governor of a church school, that church schools do have a different set of criteria, admissions criteria, for their pupils. So one of the criteria in the church school where I was a governor was certainly that you were a baptised member of that particular church, in this case the Church of England. So priority, I guess, would always go to children of that particular faith rather than their local connection. And I think where my point's going is if the area expanded development-wise, then the school would be quite entitled to take children from further afield who were of that particular faith, rather than providing places for somebody who was not, for instance, who lived over the road. So we don't have that sort of control over who actually attends the school, and in that case, the parking and traffic congestion and problems associated with travelling to and fro to a school outside your area would be exacerbated. I wonder if you can address those points for me.
Yeah, thank you for the question. You are right that Codicote Primary School is Codicote Voluntary Controlled Primary School. However, a voluntary controlled school is different from a voluntary aided school, which is what you're describing there. So a voluntary aided school, often they're their own admitting authorities, and they do have faith as one of their oversubscription criteria. Codicote isn't a voluntary aided school. It isn't its own admitting authority. It's a voluntary controlled school, and it uses Hertfordshire County Council's admissions rules, which, as you're aware, are based on sibling links and distance, and therefore local children will get a place because faith isn't part of the oversubscription criteria.
Okay.
Thank you for that clarification.
Okay, thank you, Kate. Thank you, Dredder, for the question. Any further questions for Kate Marr? No. In that case, we can go to debate and comments on the planning application. Does any member wish to make a comment on the planning application or ask any further questions of the officers? Can you indicate in the chat function if you wish to do that?
Oh, right, chat. Hang on.
Seamus, yes.
Oh, sorry. Am I in? Okay. Basically, I wanted to ask the officers in relation to the principle of planning. We're in a situation now where we're in the process of a consultation for a white paper in relation to changing the whole world of planning into zoning, into renewal land. It's all sorts of things. Section 106 potentially scrapped. The targets. All this is up in the air at the moment. How and potentially local plans. Now, we don't know if they're going to be changed or scrapped or whatever, but there's a distinct possibility they won't look the same as they are at the moment, even though this particular local plan has not been put before an inspector yet. So what is your take, Sharon, on this white paper, and how would it impact on the local plans? Now, we have heard also from Kate Marr about the actual need. So in the event that the local plans don't deliver the houses, are we saying that the school still requires this particular extension to its capacity because of the growth in the local, the pressures and the growth in the local population?
Thank you, Councillor Quilty. As you said, the white paper is currently subject to consultation. We have no meat on the bones, and we have very few bones, actually, in fact, of the white paper. It does talk about protect and growth and renewal areas. We have no more details than that at this stage, and any local plan coming forward would be at least 3 years away under any revised rules. So we have a extant local plan policy in place. And I think the central government is very clear that we are to move forward with development. We can't wait another 3 years for a revised local plan, and the need exists today within Codicut for those primary school places. Does that answer your question in terms of the white paper?
Yes, it's very clear, and it gives me a lot of comfort there. Yeah, so thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Seamus. I also have Stephen Bolton, Dreda Gordon, Tim Williams and Jeff Jones who also wish to speak. I'll call in that order. So first of all, Stephen Bolton.
Thank you, Chairman. The item I have most concern about in this application is the traffic and the parking. It is clearly a very restricted site. The day I went to visit it, it was packed with cars all over the pavements, and that wasn't at drop-off or pick-up time. The traffic measures which are proposed, including yellow lines and no waiting and zigzags. Could you tell me a bit more, please, about the no waiting? Single yellow lines won't give us no waiting, and they certainly don't stop people dropping off and picking up. So could you just expand a bit, please, on the parking restrictions that will be put in?
I think, would you be happy to take a response from Manjinder Same from the Highways Department in respect of that? And would it be helpful if I put up the screen of the proposal? So if you just bear with me, what I'll do is call those up. So just take a couple of moments. Oops. So we've got the 3 screens there. Manjinder, are you happy for me to control the screen and you tell me when you need it to move on?
Yes, certainly, that's fine. What the proposal is, just hold on, let me on to my screen. Yes, what the proposal is, I'll go through the proposal that there is provision for white edge bar road marking across the private accesses. That is to discourage inconsiderate parking. There is no waiting at any time introduced to prevent parking and to protect visibility at junctions. So that is also, there is also 20 miles per hour speed limits proposals mentioned in the transport assessment. I acknowledge that that Hill Road and Meadoway do not have a through traffic, therefore these are cul-de-sacs, and acknowledge that the both roads experience considerable congestions and limited parking capacity. In order to enforce these, to prevent and to discourage travel to school by private car and promote safety is paramount. In this case, the only way is in terms of safety is to implement these such measures which will restrict parking. And at the moment, the parents are parking near junctions, which is unsafe, and the double yellow lines will discourage this inconsiderate parking, and this will be enforced by North Herts District Council, as mentioned in Sharon's presentation.
Okay, thank you for that. I mean, the only observation I would make is that the District Council will not send an officer every day to enforce parking. You know, you might get one every fortnight. You might get one for a few days when the school opens with the new classroom, but it seems to me parking will be a problem there for the future. Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you, Stephen. Dredder, do you want to make a comment?
Yes, thank you, Chair. Yeah, really to endorse what Stephen's just said and his concerns. I mean, I do have enormous sympathy for the people living in Hill Road and Meadow Way. I live in a very similar cul-de-sac myself, close to a primary school, so I understand greatly the problems that are caused by inappropriate parking during school drop-off pick-up times. And I just wondered if we were able to ask that some measures were put in place to protect the verges. I mean, I understand fully that the school places further places are required, but I do think that there should be some mitigation for the residents in the area, after all, who were there before the school has been likely to be expanded. And so, first of all, I would suggest some verge protection measures. And then I also take on board the point that Stephen made in regards to North Herts Council being the enforcement authority for any parking transgressions. Well, you know, that costs money, and perhaps we need to be thinking about a one-off commuted sum to the district council in order to help with the policing of those traffic regulations that we're proposing. Thank you.
Manjinder, would you like to respond to the question on the verge protection? I'll ask Sharon to respond to the point about the commuted sum.
Yes, in reference to verge protection, there could be measures that we could consider those to include as part of the waiting restrictions conditions, which has been recommended as part of this planning permission. And in terms of the commuted sum, I am not sure. I think I need advice on that in terms of whether the commuted sum could be because the TRO process, this waiting restriction process is a traffic regulation order process. It is subject to a consultation process, and then that will be implemented accordingly with the consultation by the police as well. So emergency services, and it is a process that has to go through, and I am not sure on the commuted sums that it has to be, it can be dealt with via that route.
Thank you, Manjinder. Did I understand that you're saying verge protection could be provided through an existing condition?
Verge protection, that is something that we have to explore, whether what kind of verge protection there is, whether there could be bollards, wooden bollards could be put on so that they are protected, or vehicles cannot go and damage the grass verge. That is something has to be explored before we can do that, but it is possible.
Sharon, do you think a new condition could be applied for that, or do you think it's covered?
Yes, we can include a new condition for that. Probably best to have it separate from the proposals about speed, I think. But I can look at that and just put it in front. If you're minded to approve, I can put that in front of the spokes for the different parties, if you want to see that.
Thank you. And do you have any further comments on the commuted something? Is that something we could do?
It wouldn't be. It's something that we would. It's a TRA, it's a traffic regulation order process rather than in a planning process. So I don't have a view on the commuted sum, but we would liaise with school planning and I'd have to take advice on how that could actually be implemented.
Okay, thank you. Tim Williams, I think you wish to speak.
Yeah, thank you, Chairman. I just wanted to raise a question over paragraph 6.47 on page 15, and then it's mentioned in paragraph 6.53, page 16, ecology and biodiversity. The proposed development is required to demonstrate a net biodiversity gain and mitigate the loss. Just wondered if officers could elaborate on how this could actually be achieved. I know that in condition 18 it tries to overcome this, but I remain unconvinced that it can be achieved and can be monitored in latter years. Wouldn't mind officers' comments on this. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Williams. That's a standard requirement, and there's some landscaping proposed along the boundary with the school playing field, and that will offer a diversity of habitat. The landscape officer is happy that will provide an increase in diversity. The current ecological value of the area is very limited indeed. So the landscaping will enhance that, and there will be a maintenance programme. Usually anything that dies within the first 5 years is conditioned to be replaced.
Okay.
Could I possibly come back to that, Chairman?
Yes, of course.
Yeah, it's basically, I know that we have this condition often in the Borough Council, and I followed it up recently. How is it actually monitored? Does someone go out there later? Is it up to residents to contact the planning department and things like that? Just get that assurance that something will be done here.
We discharge all the conditions. That's a requirement of the planning permission. We do have monitoring officers, and we do go out and check on the progress of development.
Okay, thank you very much. I have Jeff Jones and then Michael Muir who would like to speak. So Jeff.
Yeah, thank you, Chairman. Yeah, thanks to the officers and the speakers. Very good presentations there, making it very clear. I mean, it's very obvious that there is a need for this school expansion to 2-form entry, with all the housing that is proposed in the local plan. There seems to be two issues. The traffic impact obviously is a big issue. And carrying on from, as Stephen pointed out, we welcome the sort of measures that are being brought in, the speed reduction down from 30 to 20 mile an hour, the H-bar markings, the no waiting measures, and now we're talking about the verge protection. The only worry I have is that these measures are brought in. We witnessed it on the site visit, the problem with parking in that area, but it just tends to move the problem rather than solve the problem. This is what I find, and it seems to me that they're relying very much on the school travel plan. I wonder if perhaps Sharon could give us, is there any more information on the school travel plan? I think they were talking about a park and stride. But I mean, that it only works, of course, if the parents and the carers, etc., use that system. But it is a problem there, that I'm afraid that the residents are going to suffer with it. And I can see that the parking measures that have been put in place in the school, yeah, that's fine for the staff, etc. But it really doesn't help the issues with the drop-off and pick-up times. And just the only, while I've got the chair a second, Sharon, just one more question on the playing field, the green belt. That's the other issue, the fact that it's in green belt. Yeah, it's a pity it's got to be fenced off with the green mesh, but I guess it's got to be done, and that's probably the least effect we'll have there. I remember on the site visit on the right of way there was an access, a sort of double gate access from the school that possibly could be used from the school into the playing fields. Can you confirm, is that the case, or will they have to come from the sort of main entrance to the school? This is the school children, I mean, in accessing the playing fields. So just a little bit more information on the access would be useful. Thank you.
So just to recap on your questions there, it first was about the measures in the school travel plan.
Yeah, that's correct.
Then the fact that it's in the green belt, and then the access to the accessing the field, the playing field.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah,
from the school, yes.
Yeah. Okay, so they have submitted a draft travel plan, school travel plan, and that does include proposals for a park and stride. These are reliant on parents to adapt their behaviour. We will put it, the school, the county council will support the school in adopting a stringent school travel plan, and that's the powers that we have. As it stands today, 80% of pupils live within 1 kilometre of the school, and it is not unreasonable for them to walk that distance. I will ask Manjinder, excuse me, Manjinder to come in with some additional comments on the school travel plan once I've addressed your 2 other points. Okay. Yes, the playing field is in the green belt at the moment, and playing fields and outdoor recreation can be considered as not inappropriate, provided that they don't harm the openness of the green belt, and the mesh weld fencing is considered to have an impact on the openness of the green belt. But we do need to balance safeguarding of children, as you yourself identify, with the openness, and the mesh weld fencing provides the best compromise in that situation. It's as open, maintains the open views as much as you can, whilst keeping the children safe. It has to be the 2.1 metres. The landscape officer did give the feedback that the visual impact, they would like to see it at 1.2 metres. That simply isn't safe for protecting children, and that has to be a priority that's a consideration. So in terms of the access to the playing field, I don't have that specific information. There is a gate, but that would be an issue for the school to manage how they get those children to that playing field. There is certainly there is a gate onto the public footpath, but it's not reflected in the plan how that would actually operate. That is something I can take back to the team and just make sure that they plan that in so that effectively the right of way can be temporarily closed. Okay. Just while the children go from one to the other, crossing that public right of way. Yeah. I think Kate has an answer on that she may like to give. So if I turn to Kate, Kate, did you want to answer on that? So if Kate will answer on that, and then we'll come to Manjinder with regards to the school travel plan, if you're happy with that.
I'm indeed. Thank you, Sharon.
Yes, thank you, Sharon. So yeah, you're right. There is currently a gate onto the public footpath from the school site. There will be a gate then on the other side of the public footpath into the playing field, and those children will be supervised. So it'll be supervised access onto that playing field.
Fine, that's fine. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Manjinder.
Thank you very much, Chairman and panel members. First, I would like to share the survey results. I know that already Sharon mentioned the 80% peoples are live close by. There are 2 surveys I would like to bring to your attention. One is the parking survey. And the parking survey suggests that there's a 38% peoples are driven to school. Now, if we look at the travel plan survey, there are 20 or 21% lived over 1 kilometer from the school. Now this means when you're looking at 38% are driven to schools, you're looking at those are generating 53 vehicles to the school. So when you look at the travel plan, 21% over 1 kilometer of the school, they live around that. That means 17%, that is 34 vehicles, parents who live within 1 kilometer of the school, use their cars to drop and pick up. Just to say, just imagine that, okay, 10 of those parents are likely to drop off peoples on the way to work. There are 24 vehicles, 20 odd vehicles that need not be on the highway. There needs to be a parental behavior change. Yeah. And I believe it's possible to do that, to achieve by travel planning. Now, if we look at the Kotikot is a village, and the focus should be improving as a place function. I do consider that the travel plan is the main delivery mechanism which can assist in doing so in terms of accessibility and not being reliant on car-based travel. Now, there is an upgraded travel plan which has been submitted. Initially, the Highway Authority were not convinced that the travel plan had adequate initiatives to make a positive impact in terms of reducing the amount of car-based travel to the school by parents as well as the staff. Since then, the upgraded travel plan which has been submitted has got strong initiatives, positive environmental focus in the school management. So this initiatives I'm talking about is establishing travel plan coordinator, travel plan liaison group to ensure the stated mode of share objectives are met, produce annual service and monitoring taking place in regular basis. So, and also the comments were sorted from our travel plan team, which is Safer the County's active and safer travel team. They were satisfied on the updated travel plan. So this Sharon has actually also mentioned that the proposal is for a phased increase in the number of spaces available as part of the expansion. The school is required to actively liaise with Hertfordshire County Council in order to deliver and continuously deliver or develop the school travel plan. So in terms of, there was mentioned in one of the presentations that the school has already got a travel plan. That is correct. But it seeks to achieve a silver accreditation by 2023 and gold by 2026. Now, the proposals of the Park and Stride to encourage parents with older children to park further away from the school and walk final part of the journey. This is a plan appended to the travel plan showing walking routes, times, and crossing points on the busiest roads. I do not agree that travel planning is aspirational. This is now the way forward, and it is supported by the current legislation, MPPF, and nationally, that is, and locally by LTP4 policies. So this is the way forward.
Thank you very much.
Okay.
Yeah, that's very useful. I'm glad to hear about the upgraded travel plan and the proposed, accreditation to a sort of gold level. Yeah, I think that's really where the effort needs to be made from the school. Thank you.
Thank you. Jeff, you mentioned Park and Stride. There's a local school in my division which does a Park and Stride, and they found that actually it improves the morale of children, the sociability in the walk to school and the exercise actually improves their concentration when they get to school. So it has benefits in addition to easing traffic congestion.
Absolutely.
Okay, I have one more speaker who wishes to speak. That's Michael Muir. Do you wish to speak, to say something?
Yes, thank you, Chair. I'm just wondering why the no waiting area isn't extended more into the close from the school. Just wondering why it's only that little bit outside the school. That's question one. Park and enforcement of the yellow lines, as has already been said, is done by North Herts District Council. Seeing I am a district councillor at North Herts, I will make every effort to get our enforcement officers down from Nebworth, when they're in Nebworth, to look at those double yellow lines. It would be nice if there was a one-off payment to the district council for their expenses down to Codicat. I have no problem as to the need for this school to go to 2 form entry. We've seen all the figures. It's got to go to 2 form entry. And on the grass verges, someone mentioned about posts to go in, wooden posts. I wonder whether that can be a condition for the county to pay for that as part of the school development budget rather than the local member. Because it's a school is going to cause or maybe causing that problem, I don't think the local member should have to pay for it. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, thank you, Mark. The question of the funding, I think we'll leave that for a discussion between the officers after the meeting, because I don't think that's part of this planning application. Okay, I've got nobody else who wishes to speak, but before we go to the vote, I would just like to ask Steve Drury a question. I think, Steve, I understand that you lost some of the audio during Sharon's presentation. Can you tell us how much you actually lost and whether you think it impacted on your understanding of what was said?
About 5 minutes, Chair. It wasn't a particular issue. I could see people talking, but I just completely lost audio, managed to get it back. I don't think it's going to impact on my decision.
Okay, I'll accept that then. So if we can now go to the vote, what I'll do is I'll ask all the members of the committee to put their vote, as I say, abstain, agree or disagree in chat, but I'll also go through one at a time so that you can say in public what your position is, and then the members of the public watching will understand. So I start. David Andrews.
Yeah, sorry, can I just interrupt? Do we have the additional condition in regards to verge protection, and do we have some discussion agreed that will take place in regards to a commuted payment?
Yes, I've got those. Councillor Gordon, I've got the note for the verge protection measures, and I've got the note for the discussion about the commuted sum, and I'll have to come back to the committee just to update them on that in due course.
Yes, the verge condition, I understand, will be sent to the party spokesman for agreement. Is that correct, Chair?
That's correct, because it's in addition to the published conditions.
Okay, thank you. So if we go to the vote now, then I'll start with David Andrews. I understand is not here. Stephen Bolton.
I agree with the recommendation.
Thank you. Steve Drury.
I also agree with the recommendation, Chair.
Dreda Gordon.
I agree with the recommendation, Chair.
Jeff Jones.
Yes, I agree with the recommendation.
Thank you. Michael Muir.
I agree also.
Thank you. Seamus Quilty.
Yeah, I agree with the recommendation as well.
Thank you. Next is me, and I also agree with the recommendation. Tim Williams.
I agree with the recommendation.
Thank you. And I think Andrew Williams is not with us. So that is unanimous that the recommendation is approved with an additional condition on verge protection. Thank you very much for that item. It's now 11:30. We have another weighty item to come on the Ellensbrook Park and the petition. So what I'm proposing, as I did indicate at the beginning of the meeting, I'm proposing we now have a 10-minute comfort break. We won't close down the Teams software, but if anybody wishes to take a break or so forth, I will start the meeting again at 11:40 promptly. Thank you very much. And then we will take the position on all other matters associated with it.
Look at this.
Okay, welcome back. It's now 11:40 and I'd like to reconvene the Development Control Committee. We have an application, item 2 on the agenda, which is the application for the establishment of a new quarry on land at the former Hatfield Aerodrome, including a new access onto the A1057, aggregate processing, concrete batching plant and other ancillary facilities, together with the importation of inert fill materials for the restoration of the minerals working. We also have a petition on this. So what I will do, I will ask the presenting officer, Che, to give his presentation of the case. I will then ask the petitioner to speak to, I think it's Mrs. Meehan, to speak to her petition. And when that is completed and we've accepted the petition, I will then move on to the speakers for the application itself. So first of all, and also like to point out that yesterday, some additional material was uploaded onto the agenda in relation to the responses from St Albans and Hatfield district councils, and also some more work on the Section 106 agreement. So in light of that, I would like to ask Che Dempster, the case officer, to present the case for this application. Thank you, Che.
Thank you, Chair. The planning application before the committee, if you can see on the screen, is for the establishment and operation of a new sand and gravel quarry at the former Hatfield Aerodrome. It includes a new access onto the A1057 and the construction. Sorry, Chair. I can't hear. Sorry, Chair, I can't hear.
I had lost it, but it's back now. Thank you.
You have the screen. Okay, I'll begin. I'll start again. So as I was saying, the application is for the establishment and operation of a new quarry on the land at former Hatfield Aerodrome. It includes a new access onto the A1057 and also the construction and operation of an aggregate processing plant, concrete batching plant and related facilities, and together with the importation of infill materials to restore the mineral working. The proposals involve winning and working of on-site processing of some 8 million tonnes of sand and gravel. The quarry would have a lifetime of 32 years to include the restoration. The annual output from the quarry would be 250,000 tonnes, and all vehicle movements would be via a new junction on the A1057. The excavated ballast material would be processed on site using a wash and screen plant to produce graded sand and gravels. The processed materials would be exported from site as either sand and gravel or processed to produce bag aggregates and use in concrete production. Processed material is exported via a fleet of HGVs operated by Brett Aggregates. The related facilities include a weighbridge, office accommodation, freshwater and silt lagoons. The reclamation of the mineral void involves typically excavation waste from construction and engineering projects, including soils, overburdens and clays. The material will be imported to the site using 20-tonne rigid-bodied vehicles operated by waste hauliers carrying a waste carrier licence. The deposit of inert waste for reclamation requires an environmental permit, and a permit has been granted for the site for this purpose by the Environment Agency. In the next few slides, I'd just like to take you through, introduce you to the site and some of the surrounding land uses. So the site outlined in red is to the west of Hatfield, between Ellenbrook and Smallford, and to the east of St Albans. The site spans the administrative boundaries of St Albans district and Welwyn Hatfield borough, and that's indicated by the black dashed line running through the site, so we can see the majority of the site is within St Albans district. The next slide shows a satellite image of the site, provides a bit more detail of the surrounding land uses. The application site is in the centre of this slide, and we can see that it's a mixture of grassland and also scrubland. To the north of the site, we can see the silt lagoons and freshwater lagoons associated with Hatfield Quarry, and also the processing plant. To the north of the site, we can see the conveyor line which runs through the restored areas of land and leads to Simonside, and we can just see the mineral processing or mineral extraction taking place in the northern part of the site. To the east of the site is an area of conservation grazing with compartmentalised grazing areas, and Ellenbrook runs north-south to the east of these grazed areas. We can see Hatfield Business Park to the east of Ellenbrook, Hatfield Garden Village, Salisbury Village, and moving southeast we can see the university campus buildings, the playing fields, Ellenbrook residential area, Wilkins Green and Sleepside to the south, and to the west of the site, Oaklands Lane and the properties which back onto the western boundary of the site. The next slide shows some of the habitats associated with the site currently. We can see in the centre of the site there is a bunded area and some disturbed bare ground. You can see the site's made up of scattered scrub land and some dense scrub towards the south of the site. We can see this unmanaged natural or neutral grassland, and we can also see areas of block woodland to the north of the site and some of the compartmentalised grazing on the northeast of the site. The next slide shows the statutory designations within 1 kilometre of the application site, and that 1 kilometre perimeter is marked by the pink line on this slide. We can see 4 areas of ancient woodland, including Simonside Greatwood to the north. We can see there are no local nature reserves, national nature reserves, Ramsar sites, special areas of conservation, special protection areas, or sites of special scientific interest within 1 kilometre of the site. Just like to show you some pictures of the site, some photographs. The first one is taken from north of the A1057 looking north. We can see the open expanse of the site with the boundary with Notcuts Nursery on the left-hand side. The next photograph is taken from the centre of the site looking southwest and shows the centre bunded area within the site. And the final photograph, again taken from the centre of the site looking east towards Hatfield Business Park and the business, the storage areas, buildings on the horizon. For the next series of slides, I'd just like to take you through some of the phased mineral working that's proposed. This slide shows the various phases. There are 7 phases in total, each lasting 4 years. There's progression from east to west across the site. And you can see the plant site in the northern area, the silt, the freshwater lagoons on the eastern side of the site, and also the new access on the western or southwest corner of the site, and the route of the haul road leading to the plant site. The next slide shows the initial site establishment works, and these include the construction of the access and haul road. Soils will be stripped in the northern part of the site and placed in perimeter bunds around the processing plant. Soils will be stripped from the lagoon area and placed in perimeter bunds on the eastern side of the site and the southeast part of the site as far as Popefield Farm. We can see that the initial site establishment works maintain a significant part of the site is open and accessible to the public, and that's indicated by the yellow dashed line showing the permissive right-of-way through the site. The next slide shows mineral extraction taking place in Phase A in the southeast corner of the site. The soils are stripped from Phase A and they're placed in a continuation of the perimeter bund along the southern boundary of the site around Popefield Farm. Again, public access is maintained through the site, and that's indicated by the yellow dotted line. In Phase B, the next slide, we can see that the soils are stripped and placed in a soil bund on the western side of the site, and mineral extraction is taking place in Phase A and infilling also, and is taking place also in Phase B. The next slide shows Phase C, and this is the first slide which shows the soils being stripped and placed for restoration in Phase A. So we can see that restoration is taking place, and this part of the site will come forward for public access. The next slide shows mineral extraction in Phase D. And again, this shows soils stripped from phase D are placed into phase B for restoration, and extraction and infilling is taking place in phase C. Again, as we go through, we can see the same process in phase E in the next slide. Soils placed for restoration in phase C, and so on through phase D, and finally in phase E, and then finally in phase F. We can see that public access is maintained through these yellow dotted lines, permissive paths through the restored areas of the site. The next slide shows the layout of the processing plant in the northern part of the site. We can see the processing plant placed centrally with the aggregates surrounding it, the concrete batching plant with the aggregate storage areas, freshwater lagoons, and on the eastern side of the site is the stockpiled area for ballast that's been raised by dredging or raised through normal mineral extraction process. The final slide on phased restoration and the phased restoration of the site is the illustrative layout, which shows a mix of nature conservation in the northern part of the site and public access through the central part of the site. We can see additional woodland planting in the north and on the western boundary, and the permissive paths that are shown and created throughout the central part of the site. You can see the lagoons are retained and a causeway through the centre of those lagoons, and that's available for future use in connection with the use of the land as Ellenbrook Park, and a car park on the western boundary, and the access is retained to serve that car park for future use. In the next few slides, I just want to take you through some of the representations from the statutory consultees. These were reported in the committee report in December, but weren't carried forward to your current report. So this is from Welwyn Hatfield Borough Council, St Albans District Council, and from London Colney Parish Council also. Members would have seen the objections raised from Welwyn Hatfield in the supplementary report that's been published. Just mention that there's concerns raised with regard to the decoupling of any decision on the minerals application from Ellenbrook Park. Concerns about the potential effects of bromate and bromide contamination in terms of public health, and negative impacts of mineral working in terms of air quality and the impact of HGV movements. The Borough Council points out that the A1057 is proposed to be used as a purely local road in the A414 corridor strategy, and the council would want to see an alternative transport strategy for the application which recognises this aim. Also, concerns are raised with regard to the cumulative effects of mineral working in conjunction with Hatfield Quarry, and the Borough Council urges the County Council to seek a completely independent investigation of bromate and bromide contamination, and also the view that this matter should not be brought back to your consideration until these matters have been fully resolved. Moving on to the next slide, showing the concerns and objections from from St Albans. Again, these were published in the December report. However, they were raised as concerns at the time, and these have been confirmed to be objections. And these relate again to the issue of Ellenbrook Park and the delay of any determination of this application until the matter has been resolved. The issues around routing of the traffic, in particular the impact on the local road network, the concerns around bromate and the impact on the water supply, and the concerns around the number of quarries that are proposed in this area and the cumulative impact on the local community. The next slide shows the concerns and objections raised by Colney Heath Parish Council, and they've identified the very high concentrations of bromate on land to the north of the mineral extraction area, and point out that the data that was submitted in January 2020 was already 6 months out of date and doesn't recognise seasonal variations, for example in the summer when the concentrations may be higher. Concerns are raised that the proposed quarry could draw the bromate contamination into the mineral workings, and attention's drawn to Hertford Bengio quarry, which was rejected by a planning inspector due to the potential impact on the water supply for Hertford, and they say that the potential impacts for Hatfield in this proposal are far greater. The next slide is represents Ellenbrook Residents Association, again pointing out that they would not want to see that the minerals decision is decoupled from Ellenbrook Park. I urge the County Council to undertake an independent assessment of the bromate plume issues. They identify insufficient weight given to the potentially serious consequences of disturbing the plume. They identify that the water management plan doesn't provide sufficient safeguards and that the mitigation that is proposed would take effect too late. The number of HGV movements would be unacceptable, having an impact on the A1057, which already operates above capacity. And the access to the site would be unsafe according to policy 16 of the Hertfordshire Mineral Local Plan. The Residents Association also identifies that the 3 sites that have been put forward in the Minerals Local Plan around Hatfield would have a disproportionate impact on the area and would affect the Hatfield area for 32 years, a further 32 years after it's suffered disruption from quarrying for the last 40 years. It's also pointed out that there are lower risk alternative sites in the county in their view. Finally, on the representations received from Marshall North Residents Association, again pointing out the link between the trust and the park, potential impact of mineral workings on noise and air pollution, and asked the County Council in their decision to take account of the cumulative impacts of proposed developments in the area, including new housing developments at Oaklands Grange and housing allocations in the St Albans Local Plan to the east of St Albans Road, and allocations proposed in the Welland Hatfield Local Plan. Just like to take members onto the planning issues, which are set out in section 8 of the report. I won't take members through each topic in detail, but I would just like to go through the first 5 bullet points that are highlighted. Firstly, the need for mineral working. Members will be familiar with the County Council's role and responsibility to provide and maintain a steady and adequate supply of minerals from within the county, and that includes the maintenance of an appropriate land bank, which for sand and gravel equates to a minimum of 7 years. And the land bank is the a total volume of sand and gravel that has planning permission within the county and is based on an annual apportionment of 1.39 million tonnes per annum, which takes account of local needs, regional needs and national needs, and the national contribution Hertfordshire makes to the requirements for sand and gravel. The local aggregates assessment for 2019 records that the County Council Hertfordshire has a land bank of some 7.2 years, so we can see that it's just above the minimum requirement. And the annual sales for the preceding year in 2018 were 1.21 million tonnes, so we can see in each year the land bank of sand and gravel is reducing, and in the not too distant future there would be an inadequate supply of sand and gravel from within Hertfordshire. So the report identifies that there is a clear and demonstrated need for mineral working from the site. The next slide relates to the working of preferred areas. And the Mineral Local Plan identifies that mineral extraction should take place at specific sites, which are those sites that are active and those sites that have planning permission for mineral extraction, and also preferred areas. On the right-hand side of the slide, you can see the preferred area for Hatfield and Hatfield Aerodrome identified. We can see it's marked by the hatched line from northwest to southeast, so quite a large area. The majority of the application site is within the preferred area towards the western end of that preferred area. Policy 3 of the Minerals Local Plan identifies that mineral extraction within the preferred area will only be permitted if it does make a contribution to the local, regional and national aggregate needs, and that the proposal meets the requirements of the site brief. Now, the requirements of the site brief are set out at section 6.8 of the report, and also the consideration of the site brief is addressed in the report at section, I believe it's section 8.18. Should take members through the conformity with the 8.18 through to 8.28, conformity with the site brief, and the assessment is that the proposal does conform to the site brief for preferred area 1. The next issue is the green belts. Members will be aware that mineral extraction in the green greenbelts, not in as these resources can only be worked where they're found. However, taking a cautious approach, officers view that the construction of the screen bunds processing and concrete plant would be an appropriate development. However, they enable the minerals to be processed on site and avoid the unnecessary transport of these materials, and therefore we take the view that they facilitate the sustainable use of these minerals, and that very special circumstances exist for the development. Next slide addresses the issue of Ellenbrook Park, and members will have seen the supplementary guidance that's been issued and published on the website relating to the provision of Ellenbrook Park, which is a requirement of the original section 106, and this also requires the trust to be established and the financial contribution to be made. Now, members will be aware that discussions have been ongoing with the other authorities and that a new deed of variation is proposed as the means to deliver the park. A detailed proposal has been submitted for consideration by the three authorities, and that's currently being undertaken. Members should be aware that Brett Aggregates, the applicants, are not a signatory to the original Section 106 agreement and have no role or responsibility in the delivery of the country park. However, they are committed to the delivery of the park, and as a show of good faith in this, they've submitted a unilateral undertaking with the effect that they would not implement the planning permission until this deed of variation has been completed. Officers have issued some advice on the weight to be given to the deed of variation and to the unilateral undertaking, and would ask members to consider that in their decision making. The next issue relates to the bromate contamination of the groundwater, and it's well known that the regional groundwater present in the lower mineral horizon or the lower aquifer is extensively contaminated by bromate contamination from a site to the northwest at Sandridge. In recognition of this, the applicant has been undertaken borehole monitoring between 2013 and 2019. This has revealed that there are concentrations above the World Health Organization recommendations on land to the north of the application site. Within the mineral extraction area, those concentrations do not breach World Health Organization recommended levels. Further information was submitted in January 2020 that included the borehole data and also the groundwater management plan, and consultation has taken place with the Environment Agency and Affinity Water, and they provided responses that their groundwater management plan provides adequate mitigation of the risk to groundwater and the public water supply. The next slide shows a graphic representation of the bromate contamination, or bromate plume as it's referred to, from the site in the northwest at Sandridge. The plume has extended across to the north of the mineral application site, which is shown in a dashed blue line. So we can see the concentrations ranging between 10 and 1,000 micrograms per litre outside of the application site. The final slide on the planning issues is transport. The application would involve the movement, 174 HGV movements per day, and that includes all movements related to the export of sand and gravel, concrete batching and importation of material for infilling. These would all take place by the new access on the A1057, which has been subject to a stage 1 safety audit. And members should be advised that the route to the strategic road network is the most direct route available and will affect only 3 junctions between the application site access and the A1M. The Highway Authority has sought Section 106 contributions for the improvement of these junctions and also for highway maintenance in the vicinity of the site. The response from the Highway Authority is that the impact of the proposal on the network would not be severe. The final slide relates to the relative weight to be given to the positive and negative impacts of the developments in the planning balance. Members will see the relative weights that officers have assigned to the positive impacts, including to benefits of mineral extraction and the maintenance and appropriate land bank, and to the benefits of the restoration of the site compatible with the use of the park. There are, in addition, substantial negative weights to be attached to the impacts on the openness of the greenbelt, and moderate negative weights to the minor adverse impacts identified for Popefield Farm, the habitats, air quality and noise emissions, landscape and visual amenity effects of the proposed mineral working, albeit that these will be short-lived on a temporary basis. Moderate negative weight is also given to the delay in the delivery of the country park on the part of the site subject to mineral working. Having taken account of these considerations, officers are of the view that the benefits of mineral working, including the most sustainable use of minerals from the site, clearly outweigh the limited harm to the green belt, and that very special circumstances exist for the proposed development. Thank you very much, Chairman.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Chair. Before we go, thank you for that presentation, which is covering all the planning issues. Before we go into the speakers against and scoring in the debate, I'd like to take the petition. We have a petition submitted by Sue Meehan on behalf of Ellenbrook Residents Association. Mrs. Meehan, would you like to speak now? Again, you will have 5 minutes to speak, but I'll give you a warning 1 minute prior to the 5 minutes being up.
Thank you. Can everyone hear me?
I can.
Okay, thank you. I'll go ahead. Okay, I'm a member of the Ellenbrook Area Residents Association, and we have gathered a petition from local residents to stop development on Ellenbrook Fields. This petition directly relates to this main discussion point in the agenda today, so I would ask you to listen to my points that I'm going to make, as it may affect your determination of the quarry application. Ellenbrook Area Residents Association are extremely disappointed that Herts County Council appear to be ignoring the views of all the local councils that are directly affected by this application, including, as mentioned, St Albans, Welwyn Hatfield, Coney Heath and Hatfield Town Council. Their views must not be ignored. We ask you today to reject the planning application to dig a quarry on land so close to bromate pollution. We are asking you to ensure that the groundwater under Ellenbrook Fields is not put at any risk of contamination from the bromate plume. We are requesting you not to take any risks with this dangerous carcinogen and to obtain absolute guarantees from the developers, the Environment Agency and Infinity Water that there is zero chance that bromate will get into the water source as a result of digging close by and effectively pulling the plume in a southerly direction. We urge you to give serious consideration to the following points before making any decisions. I know that we have said these before, but they are really important and must not be ignored. Bromate is a known carcinogen, and this bromate plume is as a result of the worst bromate contamination event in Europe. I will not apologise for reminding you about that fact again and again. The dangers of this carcinogen are not fully understood and therefore are too big a risk to take. The bromate plume is not static and continues to spread ever further from its origin, stretching now to the New River and threatening London's water supply. This spillage is a very unusual event and no expert knows how it is likely to spread if quarrying occurs nearby. No modelling has been undertaken to understand what may happen. The developers cannot provide any cast iron guarantees that the bromate will not be drawn onto the dig site, and once the site is polluted, it is too late. The damage is done and the bromate will take decades to clear. Can I remind you of some of the issues the last time this application appeared in front of you? You saw from the applicant's own figures how close the plume has come to parts of the dig site, less than 66 metres from the nearest heavily affected borehole. You saw how the figures supplied by the applicant regarding bromide concentrations indicate bromate is already on the dig site. You wanted a guarantee from the EA and Affinity Water that the quarry did not pose a risk. Have you now got that 100% guarantee? And we ask you today to challenge the EA as to how they can say that the risk is acceptable. Surely no risk to the environment or water source from the worst case of bromate pollution is acceptable. The EA seem to advocate a let's wait and see approach, and if bromate is found, then it will have to be dealt with after the fact. We all categorically know that this will be too late for our environment, our water source and our precious green belt. The EA have said they do not object to the application as long as certain conditions are met, but we ask you to seriously consider the level of risk they are willing to put us under to allow this application to proceed. We would also remind you that the EA recommended that Bengio quarries should go ahead, which was subsequently overturned by the planning inspector on appeal as the pollution risk was too high. And you must be aware that the pollution risk is far greater on Ellenbrook. And we'd also like to remind you that there are alternative quarry sites such as Briggins End with little or no risk and a higher yield of material. Finally, we know that the EA has significantly underestimated the risk to our environment previously. Their own plan for the original bromate spillage at Sandridge has failed to eradicate the bromate plume nor stop it from spreading right across Hertfordshire despite trying for 10 years. Okay. We need you as councillors to reflect the views of the population you serve and protect our precious environment, even if the EA are not prepared to stand up and do so. The risks are too many, unquantifiable, and have dire consequences. I cannot say strongly enough that this is an environmental disaster waiting to happen. Please do not support the application to quarry and reject it. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Mrs. Meehan. That petition, I can specify that that petition has been accepted. It's online, I understand, and the officers will accept that petition. So thank you very much for your contribution.
Thank you.
We will now move on to the speakers specifically against and for the application. We have 4 speakers speaking against the application. They will be allowed 5 minutes each, but we only have 1 speaker in support of the application, but that speaker will have an accumulated 20 minutes to speak because the total amount of speakers against added up to 20 minutes. We have representatives from the Environment Agency here. They will not specifically speak, but I will introduce them or ask them to introduce themselves after all the speakers have spoken, in case anybody wishes to ask the Environment Agency any questions. So I will first of all I will ask John Jackson, also from the Ellenbrook Area Residents Association. And I understand that you have a screen share presentation which the officers are helping you with.
Hopefully, yes. Yes. Can you see and hear me?
I can hear you. I can't yet see you.
I've clicked the camera on.
No, I can only hear you. I can ask the officers, Sharon, is it possible to see the screen share of John Jackson?
Chairman, it's Brian Owen here. I've got the presentation and I'm just going through getting that on your screens now, if you could just bear with me.
Okay, thank you.
Chairman?
Yes?
I'm not concerned that you can't see me. It's probably a better thing for you lot. As long as you can hear me, that will be sufficient.
We can hear you, and we should be able to see your shared presentation. But I will mention, Mr. Jackson, that you've submitted in advance your text, which is very comprehensive. But I suspect that if you want to keep within the 5 minutes allocated, you may have to summarise what's in the text that you've already sent to us. But of course, all the members will have seen your text.
Yes, having timed it a couple of times, I have reduced it greatly.
Thank you. Okay, so
that's not what I wanted shown.
Okay.
There should be a PowerPoint presentation that you have, Brian, Mr. Owen, with a front slide with my name on, and then 2 map slides. That's correct.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Jackson. You can start now.
You could start that presentation. I will start now. Thank you very much. Good morning. I speak on behalf of Ellenbrook, Smallford and neighbouring residents against this application. Map 1, please. I can only cover 3 of the issues today. Firstly, the cumulative impact. Can you put the map 1 up, please? The next slide. We've had quarries in this area for over 40 years. CEMEX existing permissions, yellow on. Chairman, can you stop the clock because the slides aren't coming up?
Here we are. Thank you.
Right. Can you add me some seconds, please?
Yes.
We've had quarries in this area for over 40 years. CEMEX existing permissions, yellow on the map, now extended to 2025 and probably beyond. In the future, CEMEX will be quarrying Furze Field, green on the map, and that's followed by residential development. CEMEX have also applied to quarry Stanbury, the red lined area on the map. a 10-year plus project for them. Both are in the local housing plan and areas which will be removed from the Greenbelt indefinitely. The map clearly shows the unacceptable concentration of quarries in one small area of the county. It is not justifiable for us to have another 32 plus years of quarrying. COVID has highlighted how important this area is to our well-being. We ask you to see the huge negative impact when balancing your decision. The quarry takes out the majority of our remaining Greenbelt. Albeit the NPPF allows for building on Greenbelt for mineral extraction with special circumstances, we would say there are none. An alternative site exists that exceeds the quantity available here and will satisfy HCC's quota requirements without the pollution complications. It should not be viewed as an automatic right for mineral extraction to be allowed. The exceptions say you need to consider the length of time, the size of the processing plant and facilities, and the cumulative impact. I'm not sure this application can be viewed as retaining openness with the huge bunds proposed and the security fencing, or that it's short-lived or the facilities are small in nature. The map clearly demonstrates that under the guidelines, you're at liberty to refuse this application as unsuitable for the area, and we implore you to do so. Can you go to the next slide, please? The bromate pollution. Others will talk about the contamination. I want to demonstrate the close proximity of the quarry to our areas. You can see less than 66 metres between the bromate plume and the quarry, less than 350 metres to residential housing and the university campus. It isolates and threatens a listed building. The site is in Groundwater Protection Zone 2 and close to the remaining water pumping stations, which would seriously be put at risk. Finally today, flooding. This is a high-risk flood area already. Our report circulated with your papers explains the detail, fact and effect of the groundwater management plan on this area. We firmly believe the quarry will increase the frequency and likelihood of flooding to our area. We are baffled as to how anyone can suggest that the removal of permeable land acts as a sponge and replacing it with solid matter will not increase the water that needs to be dispersed. These are real risks, not only during the digging phases, but post-quarrying, when no one is actively managing the site. The pumps will be turned off. Nature will decide where the water goes, i.e. the River Nast and the Ellenbrook, causing them to overflow even more often and flood our local houses. The water that doesn't end up in the Nast or the brook that previously soaked into the ground will run off the now impervious surface, increasing the frequency of flooding to road networks and local environments. Residents already suffer flooding. It's not a hypothetical risk. Please listen to their stories. The Environment Agency classify Ellenbrook and Smallford as a high-risk surface water flood area, a level 3 river flood zone. Again, high risk. Any increase will cause the flood defences, which are at full capacity, to overflow. The university and Ellenbrook residences are at lower ground levels than the quarry. Surface water runs downhill. We invite you to consider the risk levels involved in this application.
Mr. Jackson, taking into account the loss of time, there's still 1 minute left.
There is no doubt that there are risks being taken. They are too high and consequences too dire. Please reject this application. Preserve our communities and environment, protect the drinking water source for this area, and indeed that of North London, now and into the future. Please listen to the residents. They have told you their views. Take them into account. You have grounds to reject this. Please do so. Thank you very much for listening to me.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Chair.
Do any members of the committee wish to ask Mr. Jackson any questions? Can you indicate in the chat box if you do? I don't see anything. Thank you. So if you can, Brian, if you can take down the slide there.
Thank you, Chair.
The presentation. We now go on to Mr. David Jackson of Popefield Farm, who wishes to speak.
Can you hear me, guys?
Yes, I can hear you and I can see you. So you have 5 minutes and I'll give you a 1 minute warning before the end.
Thank you. My name is David Jackson. I'm the owner of a Grade 2 listed Pokefield farm. I represent 4 families and the thriving business on this restored site at the centre of the gravel site. I call on you to the Restore Trust. Gravel is money for the landowner and developer. Gravel extraction for those near the site is risks and danger over 32 years. It represents real danger to the county. By the way, what's on the screen isn't anything to do with this. Our world has changed greatly since this site was deemed fit for mineral extraction on this scale. There's 50% more housing within 1 mile of the site, over 25,000 students on our doorstep. Balanced preservation of the environment has to prevail, or we will destroy the world we live in. Think David Attenborough. Trust, honesty, integrity, and protecting our community's rights and heritage have to be the winner. An enormous downside costs are not explicit in this application. They are not even in the small print. What are these costly emissions? Well, guaranteed health risk, a cancer-creating bromate plume. You need to look no further than the Aberfan disaster and the Camelford water pollution incident if you want examples of dangers to public health and the environment at large. Imagine the litigation costs, guys. Imagine, we talk about costs, litigation on this surface drainage carnage, flooding or dust bowl drying out are almost guaranteed. Hydrologically, the Pokefield site will dry out, but also be subject to acute flash flooding. Pokefield Farm's wooden base structure will collapse without expensive special attention to the foundations. The community site of 20 people will be blighted. Any cosmetic tree planting that Shay has mentioned will basically die. Litigation will cost the council, yet again, more cost. Ellenbrook Trust democracy. The landowner has blocked setting up the trust and avoided democratic local external monitoring stewardship. Why do you do this? So you can allow the Ellenbrook site to degrade, which it has. Ancient drainage, fields, drains are not maintained. The council has failed to enforce the obligation and now is proposing to concede further by agreeing this application before the trust is set up. A complete abrogation of duty in favour of the applicants. Destroying the Greenbelt, the lungs of St Albans, our county's premier city. You ask yourself, would any other city allow this? Statutory non-compliance of 106 agreements by the landowner. The council must restore trust by insisting the trust is set up. Even with this rejection, Arlington must not be rewarded for their duplicity and must pay the £2.3 million owed. The next point is maximising gravel yield remains the applicant's priority at all costs. No inch is given, even down to the ridiculous boundary proximity at Pokefield, to the length of time the site is allowed to operate. The cumulative environmental impact on the local community, noise, dust, light, traffic, hydrology, that will turn the area into a pollution zone. It will cost everyone and shatter our trust in our councils. Independent monitoring, our vital statistics has always been necessary, especially boreholes near and on the site. All borehole figures need to be made public, especially borehole 107 at the centre of the site. How could anyone trust an applicant who refuses to share fundamentally important data? That's true. They're not sharing that data. The council undertook noise detection testing, but this was done pointing the detectors at the road, not actually into where the workings will be. As a result, it actually kind of like invalidated those results. Transparency. Publicly, nobody has explained simply how Brett SLR plans translate into a zero risk model. They can't. The presentations to the public have not outlined the what if. What if it goes wrong? As for Brett management, we believe they've got it wrong. Competition with Cemex really has dulled their wits on the commercial viability, given all the dangers to the environment.
Mr. Jackson,
Cemex will not touch this site. This site could bankrupt Brett, leaving the council to pick up the cost. The park of the future, put bluntly, this is a big carrot which has no substance. Even the buns move on an ongoing basis. We need the park now. Trust has been abused by the landowner. Brett is thrown up as a shield. Brett seeks to extract gravel and not fully report the downside risk with a model that looks nice on paper but does not translate into reality. It is not enough to want gravel and ride roughshod over the local community. The small print here has dangerous health and environmental consequences. Arlington, who by their actions or lack of action have proved themselves wholly untrustworthy, our past councillors knew this. That is why they insisted on the Ellenbrook Trust being set up. The Ellenbrook Trust, not set up, blocked the safety valves for society. reject the application forever and restore our trust in you guys. You're making the decision. Thank you very much indeed.
Thank you very much, Mr. Jackson, and well done. You completed it in exactly 5 minutes. Again, I will ask members of the committee, if anybody wishes to ask Mr. Jackson a question, can they indicate in the chat box that they wish to do that? I'll allow a few seconds for that to happen.
Mr. Chairman, I don't know if you see my hand raised.
Question. Yeah.
Yeah. Mr. Jackson, you referred to the fact that there was no sharing of data in relation to the bromide boreholes. Can you confirm that statement?
Yes, I mean, I'm told that there is a particular borehole, borehole 107, which is particularly in the middle of the site, and that has been that particular data has never, I don't believe, has ever been given to us.
Okay, thank you. I just give a heads up to the applicant. I will be asking him a bit about that particular borehole at that later on, so he might want to get his information together. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I see no other people wishing to ask questions of Mr. Jackson. Thank you very much, Mr. Jackson.
Thank you.
I'll now go on to our next speaker, which is Dr. Mike Rivet, who also has a slide presentation. Dr. Rivet, are you there?
Yes, afternoon. Can you hear me?
I can hear you, yes, and I can see you.
Okay, thank you. Yes, we'll be going straight into the slide presentation, please.
As soon as the slides are up, we'll start your 5 minutes.
Okay, thank you. There's a lot of technical in the slides, so I'll be scanning over some of those slides. So hopefully the detail have been read.
Okay.
Thank you.
Brown, are we managing to get the slides up? Oh, right. So there we are. So, Dr. Rivet, you now have 5 minutes.
Yeah, can you go straight to the next slide, please? Yeah, the most significant groundwater risks stem from the excavation of the LMH low mineral horizons due to the jeopardy to the sole aquifer supply and the optimal remediation of the colossal plume, twice the size of the Erin Brockovich plume in the film there. In particular, Quarry fails to recognise the importance of the LMH gravel aquifer to the wide safeguard of public water supplies and bromate pollutant management. This is completely overlooked in the water management plan, and I'll explain in the next to last slide. The Environment Agency seek to regulate it by a set of conditions which I believe are unlikely to be met with the gravel extraction. Next slide, please. Well, this first condition, no mineral extracted from within the existing plume of bromate. Is the plume within the site or not? The agency, the digital map shows it in there. The applicant map it bananas around the site. The UCL studies down at the bottom there. In the years of flood, 2008, their perception is the plume is going within the site, which does make hydrological sense. The plume will be worse in flood years. Go to the next slide, please. So looking at the site, and particularly this LMH unit, which is planned to be excavated out, and looking at maximum bromate, which has been recorded there, these are in reference to a 2 microgram per litre limit set by the agency. And you can see colossal concentrations to the northeast there. The concentrations on site have been exceeded that limit in all but 2 of the boreholes at some point in time. And this is transient entry into the site. What is of concern is the blue dashed line there. The monitoring wells there are separated by some 800 metres. This is a colossal distance and is the most likely entry point into the site of the plume. And I fail to understand why this has not been monitored in sufficient detail to underpin the application. In my view, the condition 1 is highly likely to be breached. Next slide, please. And adding, as the applicants dewater the site, the plume will be drawn into site. The other draw into site is really from the scavenger well, the Bishop's Rise pumping well. And what the diagram sort of illustrates is you increase the pumping rates, the potential for the plume to be drawn into site increases. And also as rainfall varies, that affects that draw into site as well. Now there's some technical issues between the migration in the gravels versus chalk there, but I believe it will drag into site. And to recognise really that the Affinity Water walk on a knife edge here in management of this plume, because as the bottom bullet point shows, the effect on scavenger rates pumped too low are impacted on the Essendon public supply within days. Next slide, please. The next slides really focus on the fact that on the first bullet point, then site-wide replacement of permeable gravel aquifer formation of 4 million tonnes of low permeability backfill essentially will change the flow regime, and this will breach the condition 2. Really, you see on the left-hand panel there, the natural condition, the flow is being pulled through that site to the well, Bishop's Rise well. Once you plug up that aquifer system, the flow has to go around the site. This was indicated as temporary by the applicant in their management plan. I think they later said, well, it'd be a local effect. I do not agree with this. The effect will be more widespread and will lead to flow. Okay, thank you. If we go to the next slide. And basically that flow around the site will divert contamination away from the capture well. I'm going to skip straight to the next slide, please. Really, a thing that is substantially overlooked is the fact that the gravel acts to store the plume. And once you actually take that gravel and replace that storage mechanism, the plume no longer sits within that gravel and is going on a fast motorway path in the chalk straight to the well. So the fact of removing that gravel is very, very significant in terms of reducing the impacts downstream from the site on the supply wells and the remediation well. Last slide, please. And you can see the conclusions there of really why this application should really not go ahead. They're listed out there. You can read them faster than I can speak them. And in view of running out of time.
Your time is actually up now, but as you say, the members of the committee can read those conclusions and they will have the paper that you've submitted.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Dr. Rivett. Does anybody have any questions? Any member of the committee have any questions for Dr. Rivett? Yes, I have one from Tim Williams.
Thank you there, Chairman, and thank you for Dr. Rivett. Could I just ask for further clarity, explanation about the risks associated with increased rainfall on the Bromite flume, especially how the groundwater flows in the gravel as opposed to the chalk or the inert material which will be used to backfill the quarry? Thank you.
Okay, the general recognition by UCL PhDs and I believe the water company as well is that when rainfall goes up, flood conditions, then there's greater leaching of bromate from the source area. So what they see is concentrations rise under higher rainfall conditions. The source area is being flushed. The gradients, the flow gradients in the system will increase, and therefore you'll see a greater concentrations, which is what they see at the scavenger well and in other wells within the system. The effects of the gravel really is that gravel, as I was trying to illustrate in the last slide, is really a buffer storage zone. And I think it's particularly important in flood conditions or high rainfall conditions, because the water has to go somewhere, and it's looking to go into those into that gravel system if possible. Now, if they take out the gravel system, you're reducing that storage, and the water's got essentially less place to go. And so I think that gravel is particularly important under flood or high rainfall conditions, because it can act as an important buffer at that particular time. Does that answer your question?
Yes, it does. Thank you very much, Dr. Rivett.
I've got 3 other people who wish to ask you a question, Dr. Rivett. First of all, I've got Seamus Coulty, and then Dredder Gordon, and then Stephen Bolton, and I'll ask them in that order. Seamus.
Yeah, thank you, Dr. Rivett. We heard earlier on about this borehole 107, which apparently I don't know if it's true or not, but there's no data for it. I'm wondering if you have any information on that particular borehole at all, or is it crucial to the whole the whole picture of where this plume is likely to be in future years?
Yes, I have the data which was provided to me from the Residents Association, so it's sort of second hand. It shows that this is from memory. The data spans, I think, 2013 to 2019. There was a period when that 107 borehole was monitored. I'm guessing here a bit, but I think it was in the sort of early to mid years, and I think it stopped monitoring, I'm guessing, around about 2015, something like that, 2016. I think it is quite important. From the data that I presented to you, you can see a massive gap in their monitoring network on the northeast side of the site, which is the side of the site where the plume is most likely to come into sight. That's very clear from the concentrations which you see to the northeast of the site. 107 is sort of central to the site into the sort of southeast corner. There really is no monitoring internal to the quarry site. So in all the areas where they're going to actually excavate the quarry gravels, there's no monitoring internal to those gravels. It's all at the perimeter. 107 is the only borehole in the low LMH. Yeah, you can see it on the diagram there. It's one in the southeast corner, I think. That's the only borehole which is sort of internal to the site within the LMH, I believe, from memory here. And so you've got a really massive gap, within the site from the entry points to the northeast, where there's nothing being monitored. And I fail to understand how the agency, has not asked for more monitoring along that boundary and within the site. So 107 is quite important, very important.
I have a follow-up question, right? In the event that the plume starts moving, can it be stopped?
The way they move in relation to the quarry site, the way the plume will potentially move into that site is as you see, the quarry site is on the edge of the plume. And it really is a sort of the plume wants to move sort of west to east, or is being pulled by the Bishop's Rise abstraction well. The fringe of the plume, plumes are not stationary on the fringe of the plume. The fringe of the plume is poorly defined. That boundary on the northeast side, you've got monitoring wells in different parts of the plume, so it's not very well defined. That plume, under high rainfall conditions, is one to pulse and being pushed into sight, is my perception from looking at the data. And that's a transient thing. It will come and go, and that will explain why concentrations that they've monitored, go up and down in the area. So my perception is that it will it wants to sort of expand into sight, but then it may go back depending on the weather conditions and depending on the pumping rates from Bishop's Rise. So the pumping rates at Bishop's Rise, the variability of those really controls the in part significant controls the entry into sight of the plume, but also the rainfall as well. If Bishop's Rise wasn't pumping, it would drift. The plume would probably, I believe, drift away from the site. But the more they sort of pump it, the more it gets pulled down. And so if they want to pump at a higher rate for whatever reason, they pump their license, I think, up to about 8 megalitres per day. They typically pump at sort of 4 to 6 megalitres per day, but they may have reasons to go higher. If they go higher, then the potential to pull into site is there. So it's a transient effect. The fact that they're going to be dewatering the quarries exacerbates that pull into site significantly, and the abstraction volumes are confusing, as indicated in their reporting to me when I read through this. It's a while since I read that through, but it was very confusing as to the actual rates that they would be using on the period of time. It indicated some quantities where it was not clear to me. I could not compute from the data they provided, at least in that management plan, as to the influence upon the pull into site from there. The other effect really on the thing is the diversion of the plumes. Is the fact in the backfill has been completely underestimated as the effect of that backfill on the flow regime.
Okay, thank you very much, Chairman and Dr. Rivet. I now have Dredda Gordon, who wishes to ask a question.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Dr. Rivet, for your presentation. And I understand from the presentation that you've given us that in your professional opinion, the Environment Agency, and I'm quoting here, has proposed 3 monitoring-based EA conditions that will not be met or are unlikely to be met due to the LMH gravel extraction. And I believe that stands for, is it lower
mineral horizon?
Lower mineral horizon. Thank you. I suppose my question really probably should be aimed at you, Chair, because Dr. Rivet has cited the EA conditions, and we do have representatives from the Environment Agency here. Will they have an opportunity to speak to the points that Dr. Rivet has made in his presentation?
Yes, the Environment Agency, I understand, are present, and after all the speakers have spoken, I will introduce them. I haven't asked them to make a presentation, but I'm sure they're aware of the questions that have been raised. And in any case, any member of the committee can put a question to them on this particular issue. So I'm hoping there will be an opportunity for them to respond. Stephen Bolton.
Thank you, Chairman. I'm trying to get my head around the importance of this. The plume has been there for a long time. It's fairly well documented, and we can see the way it's drifting. The quarrying may or may not cause a change in direction of the plume to an extent. If it does, why is that important to drinking water? And I asked the question, have local people ever been drinking water that has been contaminated with the bromate? And if not, is it because before it comes to drinking the water is always sorted out, so in effect you drink water that is free of bromate? And would that not be the case in the future, in as much as whatever happens to the direction of the plume, the water provided for people to drink would still be free of bromate?
I think, Councillor Bolton, that's really a question for the Environment Agency, if I may interject there.
Okay, we'll hold it.
I think the second part is a question for Affinity Water, Environment Agency, certainly. But what I would say is that that plume was discovered and migrating with water, waters going into supply. You need to ask them the question on that earlier. On the other question, can you remind me on your first part of your question, the detail of it, because I was picking up on the second.
Well, the first part of the question was the fact that the plume may change the direction because of the quarrying, and whether that matters. And of course, what it matters is whether it matters to drinking water or not.
Yeah, fine. Yeah, the plume will change direction because of the quarry. The abstraction from the quarry will pull the plume towards the quarry, which is where most of the focus has been. I think the agency has sort of thought about that sort of focus. There's going to be influence on that, and why Affinity Water were concerned and originally objected to it and then entered into a legal agreement, is basically to control or seek to control with the applicant, and it's transparent to us how that will happen, I guess, through sort of some operating rules, how the impact of the applicant's abstraction is going to disturb their abstraction from Bishop's Rise. Now, their abstraction from Bishop's Rise is very important and very sensitive to the protection of Essendon, and so, you know, if they get the rates wrong there, then the plume's going to drift towards Essendon. Okay, so the Bishop's Rise is pulling that plume towards Bishop's Rise, protecting Essendon. If they get it wrong, and if they get if the quarry influence then on this Bishop's Rise abstraction, if they predict that wrong as well, then Essendon is put at risk. So all the conditions, you know, agreed between, or not conditions, or the agreement between, I imagine, between Affinity Water and the applicant will revolve around trying to manage that delicate balance. They're literally walking on a knife edge in managing this plume. It's a very awkward plume for a water company to manage. The effect of the backfill is a permanent one. That would be a permanent flow diversion on the plume. The plume cannot carry on going in the direction it's going near the quarry site. Those high concentrations near the quarry site that we showed, they must be pushed away from the quarry site because of inserting low permeability material into the gravels. You're replacing the flow through zone with something impermeable. It has to go round it. It has to push the plume north, which is closer towards the Essendon, and that's being pushed in the gravels, which will then drop into the chalk.
I think I'd like to move on now because we have other speakers. So
Yeah,
thank you
sure.
very much, Dr. Ritt, for that comprehensive answer. We also have Mr. Craig Tallants from the Smallford Residents Association who wishes to speak. Mr. Tallants, are you there and are you ready to speak?
Yes, I'm here and I'm ready to go. Just okay.
Okay, you have
Can you
5
hear me?
minutes and I'll give you a 1 minute warning.
Okay, thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, I last spoke to you in December 19, and sadly, absolutely nothing has changed. The trust, despite the legally binding agreement signed in 2000, has not been formed. Neither have any monies been paid. The one thing in all of this that should be certain has not been done, but it's only 20 years and counting. It's interesting that the day before the committee hearing in both December 19 and today, a missive is sent around about the trust and how it is nearly there, but it needs another 18 months. But it's not there, and the promise has not been honoured. Whatever Arlington and Brett say, they have had 20 years. You have heard all the concerns expressed again about traffic pollution, flooding, water contamination, and why other sites have not been considered. I don't want to go over old ground, apart from saying that in answer to these concerns, platitudes have been given, backed up by a framework other than we think it will be all right. But what if it's not? What if it goes wrong? What if the gamble you would take by approving this application results in a polluted, scarred landscape with clean-up costs running into the millions of pounds that Herts County Council would have to pay? What if the gamble went wrong? Who would answer? Who would be held responsible for the decision? Who would answer the question of why unacceptable risk was taken in respect of this site when pollution was known about, and who took the gamble? Well, why is it a gamble? Why all the talk of unacceptable risk? I grew up in Broxbourne on a housing estate sandwiched between two rivers, the Lee and the New River. I was sent out each day to play, and my mother would say to me, whatever you do, don't pee in the New River. Your nana drinks that. Why is that relevant? The New River provides most of North London's drinking water and rises between Hertford and Ware. And the plume's on its way. And when it gets there, it will stop this supply of water. And as such, impact millions of people. The quarry will speed it up. We know that it will not enter the water supply, as we know from experience that the water company turns off the pumps. But you risk turning Hertfordshire and North London into a water-short area and stopping the use of the Hertfordshire aquifer. Are you really happy to take that bet on the basis that remediation has so far failed on the plume? You've heard what Dr. Rivet has had to say. While we're on it, what other bets would you be placing by approving the application? The gamble Arlington will honour the original Section 106 agreement and pay the money. They've not up to now, and indeed suggested on the day of the last meeting, they'd be happy to help if this quarry got planning permission. I'll leave you to make your own minds up about that. Surely, before anything happens, and for you to hold your heads up high, the legally binding agreement made in 2000 must first be honoured before any consideration is given to this application. The gamble the flood risk is mitigated. Well, that's not what the residents of Ellenbrook think. Are you happy to gamble that the new quarry will not impact this risk? Are you happy to help when the flooding happens by putting up the residents in your homes? The gamble that the quarry will not be abandoned halfway through due to bromate and Brett walk away, corporate insolvency comes to mind, and Herts County Council gets to pay the bill for the tidy up. Remember, the mitigation of the plume has been going on for 10 years and has had no effect. And while I'm on this, why have CEMEX, the quarry right next door, not quarried the lower mineral horizon? And why are they not interested in this site when they already have a plant on the doorstep? Brett's proposed plant is 400 metres from CEMEX's. CEMEX are not prepared to gamble on the bromate plume. They don't like unacceptable risk. The gamble that as a result of your decision, the aquifer that provides Hertfordshire's water will be unusable, and the population will be faced with water shortages and water rationing. The gamble with the public health, not only of those in Hertfordshire who you represent, but great swathes of London, millions of people. Bromate is a carcinogen. It causes cancer. When this is all over, we will be calling for an inquiry into the cancer rates, as we know we were drinking bromate-contaminated water up to 2005. The gamble that the only water management report you have at hand was prepared for the applicant. Of course it will be all right. Where's the independent study? The gamble that the green space will be given back. We all know that by granting the application, it will be gone for 35 years. Health and safety will see to that. And finally, the gamble that you are making this decision without independent, relevant, reliable, and most importantly, full information. There are more, but I only have 5 minutes. And I want to just end by reminding you that the gamble you take will be linked to you and your names forever and will be your legacy. Imagine in 5 years' time when Herts County Council is Googled and the first result is Herts County councillors gambled with London's water supply and got it wrong. And remember, gambling wrecks lives. The only people who profit from it are those that run the game. And when it's all over, society picks up the tab. And so to end, if you support this application, you are gambling with our future. Will you place that bet? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Tallant, and you have finished within 5 minutes, for which I'm grateful.
Thank you.
Right, it's now quite close to 1 o'clock. Now, we had a comfort break at 11:30 or 20 to 12. I'm inclined to carry on because we've got still quite a lot more. We've got about another 30 minutes of public participation before we get into discussion. If anybody thinks we should have a lunch break of half an hour, so can you say so now? But I'm inclined to carry on if possible. Anybody have a strong view that we should not carry on? We prefer a break.
Mr. Chairman, it's Seamus here. I'm just wondering, are you suggesting that we go right the way through to hear a vote at the end, or are you thinking of having a break in half an hour? Because if you're thinking of having a break in half an hour, you might as well do it now than in half an hour's time. It doesn't make any difference, really. Are you planning to have a break, a lunch break, or do you want us to work all the way through?
Well, I was hoping we could work all the way through. I mean, perhaps we should make a decision at 1:30 whether we should have a break at 1:30, because by then all the public participation will have completed, and then we could perhaps have a break before we start the debate and the decision. How do people feel about that?
I don't mind. I'm comfortable, but I was just wondering if you were going to have a break anyway, you might as well have it now than in half an hour. But I'm happy to carry on. I don't know.
I'm getting comments in chat that we should continue. So let's continue.
Okay, let's continue then.
Let's continue for a while at least and see how it goes. Okay.
Fine.
Thank you, Mr. Tallants. We also have some comments from Councillor Duncan Bell from Welwyn Hatfield, who couldn't speak at the meeting because the numbers exceeded the 4 which we're obliged to provide. But he has distributed his text. All the members of the committee have seen that. So what I would like to do now then, we've had 4 speakers against the application. We now have Mr. Simon Treacy and Richard Ford backing him up from Brett Aggregates, speaking in favour of the application. Because 20 minutes has been allocated in total to the opposers, Brett Aggregates will be allowed 20 minutes in total to put their case. So can I ask Mr. Treacy if you'd like to start speaking, please?
Yes, hi, good afternoon. Thank you. Hopefully you can hear me well enough. My name is Simon Tracy, and I'm the Planning Director with Brett. Brett is the largest independent producer of sand and gravel in the UK, with over 110 years of trading. Our business is based on acting responsibly and delivering quality in everything we do. We have a good track record, which is acknowledged by the awards we have received in delivering quality quarry restoration projects. In particular, Brett has received the highest awards for its restoration projects across the South East. This includes an award-winning country park near Staines in Surrey and an award-winning country park near Ashford in Kent. We would be very proud to be able to apply this experience to this part of the former Hatfield Aerodrome and create an award-winning restoration project for the local community to enjoy. Brett operations are subject to regular audits as part of its accreditation to various externally recognized management standards, such as ISO 14001 on environmental management, ISO 45001 covering health and safety, and BES 6001 on responsible sourcing. This gives our customers, landowners, and neighbours confidence that we take our safety, quality, and environmental responsibilities seriously. The importance that minerals play in the economy is recognised by government. National policy states that minerals are essential to support sustainable economic growth and our quality of life. When determining planning applications, great weight should be given to the benefits of mineral extraction. Indeed, we cannot build houses, infrastructure, for example, without minerals. This has already been recognised by your council, as the 8 million tonnes at Hatfield Aerodrome is allocated in your minerals plan and forms an important part of it. This planning application was put before you in January 2017, and this favour voted in favour of granting planning permission, subject to planning conditions and an associated Section 106 legal agreement. The proposed Section 106 legal agreement is in an agreed form and is ready for signature. The application before you has been the subject of widespread consultation and comment on 3 separate occasions. This is the 3rd time the application has been before you. On each occasion, it has carried a recommendation for approval from planning officers. It has also been the subject of a high degree of scrutiny by interested parties. The proposed development has been refined and improved to take account of comments made to us both during this process, but also before the application was even submitted. When we carried out various community and stakeholder engagement sessions in the area, the development scheme before you has been designed to the highest environmental and operational standards, and is therefore the best possible scheme that could be presented for consideration whilst meeting the objectives of the minerals plan. There have been several key local concerns. First of all, the bromate plume. In 2010, Brett met with the Environment Agency to discuss this site, with particular reference to any possible impact arising from the bromate plume. The Environment Agency made it clear from the outset that they would not support an application that compromised the remediation of the plume or which could cause the plume to migrate. Since that meeting, considerable research and investigation has been undertaken to understand the physical properties of the site and the extent and behaviour of the plume. After discussions with the Environment Agency, our proposed site was reduced in size so that it sits outside of the bromate plume. Groundwater investigations we have undertaken and our findings have been presented to and discussed with the Environment Agency. Water quality analysis for bromate and bromide has been undertaken by Affinity Water in their own labs. This isn't just a Brett scheme that is being presented. There has been independent scrutiny of the scheme by both the agency and Affinity Water. We have developed a comprehensive groundwater management plan and have consulted with the agency and Affinity Water on it. The feedback from both parties was included in the development of the final plan. This plan includes for ongoing monitoring and analysis, as well as methods of working. It also includes for the reporting and sharing of data, as well as regular review meetings with Hertfordshire County Council, Affinity Water and the agency. This plan would normally be submitted for the approval of the Council under the provisions of the proposed planning conditions. However, given the interest on this subject, the plan was submitted to the Council for consultation, consideration and further scrutiny. The detail behind the plan has been accepted by both the agency and Affinity Water, and we note the officer's report confirms that the plan is satisfactory. The plan would nonetheless be refined and submitted to satisfy the proposed planning conditions in due course. Through the groundwater management plan, the method of working that would be employed avoids impact on the bromate plume. Fundamentally, this is to the satisfaction of both the Environment Agency and Affinity Water. The agency has already issued a landfill permit and water abstraction licenses for this scheme under separate legislation, giving further assurance that the agency is comfortable with the principle of this development. We understand the importance that residents place on the provision of a country park, and with the phased nature of the development, we would keep as much land open to the public as possible. At any one time, a large proportion of the application site will be available for public access, either as land waiting to be developed or land restored to public use and handed over to the Ellenbrook Park Trust. There has been comment about Arlington not fulfilling obligations set by a Section 106 agreement made in 2000. Since the last committee, Arlington has met with the councils involved, agreed terms and prepared draft documentation, a deed of variation, lease and other delivery documents. Whilst Brett has no influence over this process, Arlington has reassured us of their intention to complete these documents before the year end. The documents produced are substantially in the form as required by the original Section 106, and thus significant progress has been made on this point. Significant progress was a desire of this committee when it last met in December to consider our application. Additionally, Brett has offered to delay commencing the mineral development to allow more time for these agreements to be completed. A unilateral undertaking has already been drafted to cover this point. The number of HGVs has been picked up as a concern. To put these into context, the increase we are proposing is only 2.5% of overall HGV traffic on the highway in the peak hour. This is when the road is at its busiest, which the council's highway officer states as minimal. Highways England similarly consider the level of traffic generated by the quarry to be acceptable and does not object. In terms of noise, assessments have shown that the development can be undertaken and comply with the relevant national guidance on noise limits. In terms of air quality, due to the low volume of traffic compared to existing flows, the impacts are assessed as being negligible and well within published guidance. It is worth highlighting that Brett's HGV fleet at this site will operate on the latest Euro 6 engines. These are suitable for London's ultra-low emission zone. In terms of site operations, the sand and gravel to be extracted is inherently damp, will be subject to a washing process to remove silt, with the finished products transported off-site in covered vehicles. Notwithstanding this, a dust management and monitoring plan will be in place to ensure activities on site do not give rise to dust. This plan would be documented via the proposed planning conditions. To summarise, therefore, the development is fully in accordance with national and local planning policy. A detailed environmental impact assessment has been undertaken and been the subject of a high degree of consultation and scrutiny. All areas are confirmed as being satisfactory. There are no outstanding technical objections from Affinity Water and the Environment Agency. The scheme presented therefore meets the objectives of the Minerals Plan. We recognise that there are some local objections. we would like to say that with the research and investigations we have completed, the mitigation measures developed in consultation with the Environment Agency and Affinity Water, we are confident that these concerns will not materialise. In keeping with the BRET approach on engaging with our neighbours, we would look to establish a local liaison committee very early on, which we would attend in person and would welcome a planning condition in this respect. BRET is very much committed to this development. Going forward, assuming a positive decision is made today, we would look to submit the schemes required to satisfy pre-commencement planning conditions as soon as possible after a permission is issued. These have already been prepared in draft. Following approval to these and the subsequent completion of highways improvements, we would look to commence production on site during 2022. I would therefore respectfully ask members to support your planning officers and your previous decision made in 2017 and grant planning permission for this much needed development. Thank you. Now, in terms of a few points that were made in the previous statements, I would like to draw upon some comments that have been made by Dr. Rivet. The bromate plume is in fact not within the application site, and in particular isn't within the extraction area. The quarry and restoration schemes will therefore not have an impact upon it. He made a comment that water abstraction within the site will have an impact on the bromate plume. No dewatering is in fact proposed within the lower mineral horizon, and that's something that's clarified within the application documents. On restoration, flow will continue as existing from west to east. The dominant groundwater flow in the area is from west to east and under the site. The bromate plume will not be drawn into the site as he has described. In terms of borehole 107, and the question has been posed to us, in terms of that, this was a mineral proving borehole to prove the depth of mineral within the upper and lower mineral horizons. It was originally installed to test the depth and quality of sand and gravel and the depth of water at that time, and it is not an agreed monitoring borehole for the site. In terms of Craig Tallant's comments, again, we are not proposing to pump water off of site. We have recharge lagoons that have been designed to accommodate the water that we will encounter. And in terms of the comments about CEMEX not working mineral within the bromate plume, I would just like to highlight that the CEMEX operations in the past are located above the bromate plume, and therefore they would have difficulty in working the mineral within it. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Tracy. Mr. Tracy has dealt with some of the questions that were suggested earlier, but do any members of the committee wish to ask a question of Mr. Tracy before we move on? I'm not seeing any people wishing to ask a question. So thank you very much, Mr. Tracy. We'll now move on. Just before we actually start the debate on this application, I just like to mention that we do have members of the Environment Agency here, Mr. Keith Spence and Miss Debbie Jones. I don't know whether, would you like to just introduce yourself? I'm not expecting you to make a presentation or anything, but just introduce yourself because members of the committee may wish to ask you questions during the debate later on. Mr. Spence, Ms. Jones, would you like to just introduce yourselves?
Hi there, this is Keith Spence. I'm the team leader for groundwater and land quality issues in Hertfordshire and North London, working out of the Environment Agency's office in Welwyn Garden City. My team has looked at this application and the application throughout. The history has been discussed already. There's discussions about the site go back as far as 2005, quarrying on the site. And the team who reviewed the documents relating to this quarry application actually are involved in the management of the larger bromate plume, which has been discussed throughout the conversation this morning.
Thank you, Mr. Spence. And Ms. Jones, do you wish to introduce yourself as well?
Is that working?
Yes, I can see.
Hi. Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Debbie Jones. I'm one of the area environment managers working in Hertfordshire and North London. What I would say is that we do scrutinise development proposals all over the area for the impact on public water supply. That is one of our major roles, and we have a lot of experience in this field. We've worked with all the major developments in and around London, and we have a very experienced team, and we are very used to assessing risk and deciding whether or not that can be managed through measures. So thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, now I'd like to start the debate now. So that's the end of public participation, although, again, members of the committee can ask the Environment Agency questions if they wish, as well as officers from the council. So to start the debate, I'm going to ask the local members and the adjoining members to speak first, and then we will open it up to the committee. So in this order, I have John Hale, Margaret Eames Pedersen, and Paul Zukowski, who are local and adjoining members. So I'll ask John Hale to speak first. John, you are limited to 5 minutes because we are under a lot of time pressure at the moment, and I'll give you more than 1 minute before the end as well.
Right. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. And I will keep my eye on the clock. Behind me, as my backdrop, is a picture of the existing Cemex processing site. This isn't the Cemex quarry. This is the site where the material aggregate comes in and is processed. It's less than half a mile from the proposed Brett processing plant, which will be as large. There's been some mention of this plant, but not very limited, given the greater concerns about barometer and air pollution. But as Chair has already pointed out, a processing plant is by its nature inappropriate use of the green belt. The processing plant will be as high as 8 metres in places and cover a large area. I'm not going to go into all the details given the time constraints. When you last considered this in December, I set out a number of factors that I thought you should be considering. What risk does the quarry pose to groundwater? You've heard about that. Why hasn't Ardington complied with the earlier Section 106? Is it acceptable to have a quarry this close to the residential areas? One of the concerns we've expressed last time, and I'll raise again, is one of the maps in the presentation that Chair's used does not show more recent residential development in Smallford, which is closer to the site than the development than is shown. The increase in traffic might be small, as Mr. Treacy said, but when a class is full, if you add 5% more water, it overflows. But more importantly, is I think you need to consider the application to quarry at Bengio that this committee turned down a couple of years ago. That proposal was also in the green belt, and concern was expressed about the screening bunds, the access roads and the processing plant not preserving the openness. That applies equally here. The proposal there would have a significant impact upon the landscape, but in fact the Bengio application was for a smaller processing plant, and most of that site was not open to the public. This site is currently open as part of a country park. There is concerns about the air quality and the impact on human health. And as those of you who went and did the site visit last year know, the site is very close to the sports and recreation facilities for the University of Hertfordshire. It's also just that close to where Harvesters Football Club provides football when there isn't a coronavirus restrictions for 600 under 18-year-old football players. There was talk and the concern about the Bengio as the impact on rights of way. This application also impacts on rights of way. The application of Bengio, one of the reasons for turning it down was because it was land outside the preferred area. And again here, this site that has been put forward, parts of that are outside the preferred area. And as also been mentioned, noise is a consideration. If those reasons were sufficient when the Bengio application was considered to refuse that application, then those should be reasons for refusing this application. And I'm surprised that the officers, having had turned down Bengio have not revisited their recommendation here. Because Bengio not only was turned down by this committee, when it went to the Secretary of State, he upheld that determination. There is also you have over the last 24 hours or so, I believe, received quite a few emails from local residents. As a sometime member of the committee, I got copied into a lot of those, and I know there were over 30. I also know that over 40 people have tuned in to watch the YouTube broadcasting of this meeting as we're talking. So this has got a lot of concern amongst the local areas. In the past, they would have been sitting, filling the galleries, watching you make your decision. So I do hope that you will look at everything that has been said in this meeting, and we'll...
You have 1 minute left.
Yeah, I'm wrapping up. And we'll turn down this application. It is inappropriate development of the green belt. There is a significant a significant impact in terms of air pollution, water pollution, and noise. Those impacts more than outweigh the positive impact of getting the gravel. So I hope you'll turn this one down. Thank you for listening.
Thank you, John. Yes, I've received 45 emails from members of the public myself this week. Okay, thank you for that. So we now move on to Margaret Eames-Peterson, a local member.
Hello.
Margaret, you have 5 minutes to speak, and I'll give you a 1 minute warning before the end.
Ian, would you mind just waiting till some slides come up, because I am speaking to some slides, and I'm very sorry my video camera isn't working. I've been talking to the officers, and they've been trying to help. We're not sure what the problem is. It may be that my camera has just stopped working today in the laptop, but if you don't mind me speaking on audio, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can certainly hear you, Margaret, and as soon as Brian has or Che have put up the slides, we will start the clock.
I was going to say to Stephen Bolton, the plume was discovered in 2000 when WHO brought their standard out for bromate, and it was discovered at Bishop's Rise pumping station, and it was 10 times the WHO limit at Bishop's Rise pumping station, and so Affinity had to redirect all the pipes, which took them 3 years.
Okay, so, slides are now up, Margaret, so okay. You can start speaking to them. Thank you.
Okay, so I am the County Councillor for Hatfield North. I'm currently Mayor of Hatfield. I do speak on behalf of Hatfield Town Council as well. The proposed quarry is in my division, and I wish to speak against it because in 2020 it is imperative to protect our precious water sources in Hertfordshire and to save our only public park in Hatfield threatened by this quarry. Next slide, please. The blue and red patches on this first map show Ellenbrook Fields. You've seen this. The red patch is the quarry site. The white rectangle actually that has Ellenbrook written on it is actually the University of Hertfordshire sports field. So you can see it's sort of tucked inside the quarry area with 2,000 student residences next to it and Salisbury Village just next to that. Next slide, please. The next map shows the mineral plan, and as you've heard, all 3 sand and gravel quarries for the whole of Hertfordshire proposed for the mineral plan are located in Hatfield. We believe this is unreasonable and disproportionate for any town. The active Cemex Hatfield quarry is shown in yellow here, and Firstfield and Cooper's Lane sites 2 and 3 are the Cemex proposed quarries shown in pink next to the A1M. However, the Aerodrome quarry is the most dangerous quarry. You will see it's located on a residential road, the St Albans Road, and a bus route running between St Albans and Hatfield. The proposed entrance is dangerous, but worse, as you've heard, it lies over the carcinogenic bromate plume, the worst pollution of a chalk aquifer in Europe, and it has never happened before. It is digging right down to the chalk aquifer 16 metres that is dangerous. Cemex do not do this. The mineral plan mentions an alternative quarry site at Olives Farm in East Hertfordshire, which has a greater capacity and would be a far safer site for the success of the mineral plan. Slide 4, please. You've already heard about the extent of the carcinogenic bromate plume. It is Hertfordshire's environmental disaster shown in this map from the Environment Agency. It shows how the plume has not been contained and has spread to the east, to the New North River, to the River Lee, to Broxbourne and Hoddesdon, with concentrations greater than 10 micrograms per litre, the WHO maximum level for drinking water in the east. As Craig said, this is very dangerous for the New North River as well, and I believe the Environment Agency has been sued, by Thames Water for it. So our priority in 2020 is to protect Hertfordshire's current precious drinking water sources. You've heard from Dr. Rivet how the LMH under Ellenbrook Fields is actually protecting East Hertfordshire and Hatfield at the moment from further pollution. This is a unique site for remediation and should not be lost. The quarry disruption and removal of the LMH is very dangerous. Slide 6, please, and I'm sure Seamus wants to see this because it shows all the boreholes currently that we have. This one, that's it.
Margaret, you now have less than 1 minute to go.
Oh, sorry. You'll see that is borehole 7 that has no data. Each orange ring on this map shows bromate greater than 2 micrograms per litre, which is the EA definition of the boundary of the plume. They do not use the WHO drinking water definition. It's 2 micrograms. Because remediation between 2008 and 18 did not reduce the bromate concentration, a second remedial plan is now being drawn up for 2021 2030. And next slide, please. The highest concentration of bromate in the plume is in the north of Ellenbrook Fields near Aswick Manor. This would be the prime site for remediation. Next slide, please. Slide 8 spells out these 3 locations, but Ellenbrook Fields would be the optimum site for remediation. The location of this plume depends on rainfall and the rate of pumping at Bishop's Rise pumping station. Slide 9, next slide please, shows how the plume lies under the northeast side of the quarry, and Rostock water pumping station in Coney Heath lies only 0.9 miles away from the edge of the plume. This currently supplies Hatfield with clean drinking water, but removal of the LMH and less permeable backfill is likely to interfere with the aquifer flow and could cause this source to become contaminated. As we say, this plume has never happened before. In conclusion, this quarry could pose serious health hazards for the students inhaling silica dust, diesel fumes from the PM2.5 from the extra quarry lorries on the A1057, the loss of the park with 300 participants on the park run each week, the local schools, cyclists and dog walkers. Removal of the LMH and backfill with impermeable clay and hardcore also raises the serious flooding risk to residents. Hatfield needs this public park in COVID-19 and beyond. Please do not risk the drinking water of Hatfield being contaminated again with carcinogenic bromate. Affinity Water have taken out a private agreement with Brett due to the recognised risks of bromate pollution. The EA conditions are almost certainly going to be breached from the start. Why risk the Herts mineral plan failing when there is an alternative site without bromate producing more sand and gravel, not near housing and on the A414? Thank you for listening.
Thank you very much.
Please vote against the quarry.
Okay, we have one more adjoining member to speak, Paul Zukowski. Are you with us, Paul?
I am indeed in. Thank you very much.
So again, you have 5 minutes to speak, and I'll give you a 1 minute warning at the end.
Thank you. I hope everyone's not getting fatigued through all this, because my presentation is going to be rather technical and go into a specific aspect on the planning application that I believe provides an opportunity for members to either reject or indeed postpone the application for another day. I'm going to speak about these very specific issues because lots of other people have spoken about the very significant issues with the application as a whole. And it comes back, and I actually have a question, first of all, that I need to put to Che, because Che said, the officer who was presenting earlier, stated that there was a unilateral undertaking from that neither the landowner or mineral operator will cause or permit the commencement of the mineral development for a period of 18 calendar months from the date of planning permission, unless the council has agreed in confirmation that the deed of variation has been completed. He stated in his presentation that it suggested if the deed of variation wasn't signed at the end of that 18 months, then permission would fall away and the operator and landowner would not undertake the development. However, what's stated in the actual document that's been presented online seems to suggest that actually at the end of the 18 months, if they haven't signed it, they're still going to commence the development. And I think that really needs clarification, because when you actually look at the commitment, the unilateral commitment in Simon Treacy's intro materials, it states that Brett is very much committed to this development. We would look to commence production on site during 2022. Well, 18 months from today is in 2022. So are they just offering us something that was in their operational plan and development plan anyway, and actually are not delivering something more substantive down the line? In terms of what the specific issues that I wanted to raise, I want to take you first of all to the adopted minerals local plan. Minerals Policy 13 of that says all applications for mineral workings must be accompanied by a detailed comprehensive proposal for progressive reclamation wherever practical. It then goes on to say the council will refuse applications if there are no proposals for restoration after use and a programme for aftercare covering a 5-year period. Subsequently says satisfactory arrangements have not been concluded by the applicant to secure effective control over the site for restoration and aftercare purposes. When you look at our submitted local plan, you look at policy 17 on biodiversity, it states the following. Oh, I've just lost it. Excuse me a second. It states that in line with mitigation hierarchy, the proposals for mineral extraction and associated but will be permitted where it can be demonstrated that there have been proposals must submit an acceptable ecological survey and scheme for monitoring the biodiversity of sites. Okay. Policy 24 of that document also says proposals will be required to submit as a minimum a suitable outline scheme of restoration at the application stage for the site with references to the other policies contained in the plan, i.e. the biodiversity one that I just mentioned. And policy 25 of the plan says proposals for mineral extraction and associated developments are required to submit an aftercare management strategy. Okay, those are important words. What we're talking about here is having some structure, an organisation where we are assured that the aftercare and restoration of this process is actually undertaken properly. So we now move on to the conditions that have been put forward.
You have a minute left, Paul.
I heard. Condition 22, Biodiversity and Habitat Management Plan. Plan includes a schedule of management proposals, but it's not submitted until after the permission. So it's contrary to policy 13 of the adopted plan and a range of policies in the proposed plan which state at application. Condition 39, restoration, within 12 months of extraction starting by phase in detail. Okay, we need a plan for the restoration, but this should be outlined at application stage as per our submitted plan, policy 24. Condition 40, aftercare. There's no outline of any governance process except the meetings that are described in that condition. Where is the clear intention to rescind permission if aftercare is not to standard? A local liaison committee is going to be utterly toothless unless there's a potential stick with this condition. I think that the application is inadequate. Okay, so I just summarizing, application is inadequate because it hasn't delivered what's required in our policies. And if we don't change the conditions and actually ensure that the policy things are met, we are not living up to the policies we have adopted.
Okay, thank you very much, Councillor Sukowski. Now it's now 1:30. A number of points have been raised by the speakers that I'd like the officers to respond to before we go into debate. But I'm inclined now to take another comfort break before we actually go into that process. As a general agreement that we make, I suggest we take a 15-minute break now so that people, if they want to, can have a little bit of bite to eat and reconvene at 1:45. Is everybody happy with that? If you disagree with that, then please say so. I'm getting comments in the chat box that yes, that process is happy. So what I'm suggesting is we will adjourn the meeting now, have a comfort break and possibly a meal break for those who wish to, and we will reconvene the meeting at 1:45 on the dot, and we will start that off by the officers responding to some of the points raised, and then we will go into a debate amongst the members of the committee only. Again, we won't switch off the system. We will leave it lucky, but people can switch off their videos and then unmute for the next 15 minutes. So we'll be back at 1:45 on the dot. Thank you very much.
Ian.
Hi, Seamus.
Yeah, just before you start again, I think I would really appreciate if it's possible if Stephen can put his question to the EA now, because I think it's key to the whole thing in the groundwater.
Yeah, Jeff Jones wants to ask them a question as well.
Oh, yeah.
So,
Yeah,
so
yeah.
I'll do it after the officers have responded.
Yeah, but it would really help. It would give it, because I think it was very, very salient. It was a very good question and very salient to the whole thing.
Okay.
Okay, welcome back. It's now 1:45, and I'd like to start the debate on this planning application. But before I ask the members of the committee to give their views, first of all, I'd like to ask the officers, in particular Che, if he'd like to respond to any of the points raised by the 3 local and joining members. And then I have two people who would like to put questions to the Environment Agency. So I'll do that first, and then we'll go on to general debate. So first, excuse me. Che, are you willing to respond to some of the points raised by the 3 local members?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yes, indeed. So there was questions from Councillor Zakowski relating to the status of the unilateral undertaking, reclamation and aftercare, and the requirements of the mineral plan going forward. On the status of the unilateral undertaking, this has been offered by Brett Aggregates to give reassurance to committee that they would be prepared to delay the implementation of any planning permission to allow time to complete the deed of variation. They will need to undergo or provide details for some of their schemes. So section 278, for example, which will take some time, and that may have a bearing on their prospective start date in 2022. The question was asked whether in 18 months' time they would be prepared to implement the planning permission start works if the deed of variation hadn't been fully signed. And the answer to that is yes, we wouldn't be withholding minerals planning permission, but simply allowing the opportunity for the deed of variation to be signed. And bear in mind that Bretts are not driving that process. They are a signatory because they require release for the mineral working, so they're party to it, but they're not driving that process. In relation to the question on reclamation and aftercare, this site's a little bit different from mineral workings in Hertfordshire, which would normally be restored to an agricultural after use. And in that context, you'd expect details of an outline aftercare scheme to include methods of cultivation and crop rotation to ensure that the land isn't left in a derelict condition or left out of the beneficial after use. The situation here is slightly different in that the land would be provided for public use, and we would want the trust to be involved in any restoration and aftercare proposals. So we wouldn't at this stage ask for fully detailed aftercare proposals, and it would probably be difficult to do that at this stage in any event. And with aftercare, what normally happens is once the restoration is complete, we meet with the operator and decide whether the land is in a fit condition to be accepted into aftercare. And then going forward, there are annual aftercare meetings where we review work in the preceding year and what needs to be done in the year to follow. The question about Minerals Policy 13 and reclamation and whether the operator has control over the land. Well, they would have control over restoration of the land through the minerals lease that's granted to them by the landowner. So we have comfort that the land would be restored. And bear in mind also this is a phased restoration, so if there are any issues with the restoration, then they could be addressed through aftercare, and we wouldn't be looking at large areas of land being left out of beneficial use. There was a question about the requirements for our ecological surveys, and I think this sort of relates to a biodiversity metric, which is normally required going forward to demonstrate the net biodiversity gains. So this is going to be a policy requirement of the future minerals plan. Members, we're determining the application under the adopted minerals plan. The current status of the future minerals plan is it's been submitted under Regulation 19 following technical studies that are required for one of the larger sites, the Briggins Estate site. The plan is proposed to be resubmitted under Regulation 19 sometime in the new year in 2021, though that hasn't been given approval by the panel at the County Council yet. But that's the process. So at this stage, we would say that relatively little weight should be given to, or really no weight at all to the emerging policies of that plan. And we're of the view that the conditions addressing biodiversity schemes are sufficient. So that was hopefully sufficient with Councillor Zukowski's points. There was a question from Councillor Hale about the most up-to-date plan showing the adjoining land, and hopefully we can share a plan which was published in December 2019 showing the development that's taken place on the adjoining, I believe it's called Jove Gardens, the former nursery site, and there's also planning permission granted on the adjoining nursery site as well. So there are additional houses there, and unfortunately the plan that was submitted with the application aren't the latest base plan, but we're hoping to show that to you. And with regards to other questions that were raised, hopefully they are covered in the report, unless there was any specific questions that, Chairman, you'd like me to address.
We have an aerial map, an aerial photograph on screen now, Chair.
Yeah, so Brian's helpfully put that on the screen. So it shows the it shows some of the developments on the former nursery sites at Jove Gardens. Brian, if you could possibly pull that map southward.
Awesome.
There is a planning permission that's been granted for housing on the site to the north of Jove Gardens, and my understanding is that that's under construction. I'm not certain of the current status of that, but there are further permissions that have been granted on the land since the planning application was submitted, and we've attempted to consult those properties. We've published and erected new site notices to bring attention to any residents, and also there's been press notices when the application's been amended. The plan that's been shown now is the radio nursery site. I believe there's planning permission for housing there. I'm not sure of the numbers exactly, but hopefully if that helps with the question that was asked from Councillor Hale. And as I say, if there are any other questions specifically, happy to address those. Otherwise, I'd prefer back to the report.
I think in Councillor Zukowski's speech, you mentioned something about governance issues and how they're dealt with in the conditions. Would you like to explain that?
Apologies, Chairman, I didn't hear that question.
In Councillor Zukowski's talk, he mentioned governance issues in the conditions. I wonder if you could address that point, how the governance will be managed.
If the point is in relation to restoration and aftercare, so as I've mentioned about annual aftercare meetings, meeting with the operator, and the operator is tied into the restoration of the site through their lease. So there's some oversight there through the lease, but also through our conditions.
Okay.
So was that the point, Chair?
I think so. Councillor Zukowski, do you want to briefly say if that meets your query?
Thank you, Chair. I don't think it does. I mean, the point was that the governance of the aftercare and the restoration, the latter stages of the restoration, are not outlined anywhere, and they're not mentioned in the conditions either, other than a liaison meeting. The meeting that the officer mentioned there, if you turn up at the meeting and they throw their hands up and go, well, you know, the outline aftercare process is one that we've not really got very close to. That's unfortunate, isn't it? There doesn't appear to be anything that the council can then do because they've met the governance needs, i.e. they've turned up to a meeting. Personally, I don't see that as being really being good enough in terms of conditioning to ensure we deliver on our policies. So I'd say that wasn't really addressed in the officer's answer.
Okay. Jay, do you want to respond to that? before we go into a general discussion?
Just to confirm, Chairman, there are detailed proposals for restoration forming part of the planning application, and the conditions do require landscaping schemes for restoration and provide for phased restoration. Condition 37, for example, states that within 6 months of the completion of mineral extraction in each phase, a detailed restoration scheme should be submitted, and it sets out the details that should be provided there. And then condition 39 requires a restoration programme and monitoring, and that requires the mineral operator to submit a detailed programme setting out their restoration schemes, and requirement to form part of an annual monitoring programme, and to submit a written report. And the way that aftercare works, as I say, is that if what has happened in the preceding 12 months is unsatisfactory, then we don't proceed to the next year of aftercare. It's held in aftercare and is not allowed to move forward. So they're the controls that we have in place, and the site is not released from aftercare until we're satisfied that it's in a fit state to be used for the proposed after use.
Okay. Thank you very much, Jay. Now I've got two people who would like to put questions to the Environment Agency, Councillor Jeff Jones and Councillor Stephen Bolton. I'll ask you to both ask your questions before I go to the Environment Agency so they can respond to both questions at the same time. So I'll start with Stephen Bolton and then I'll ask Jeff Jones to speak.
Thank you, Chairman. We've heard a lot about the bromate plume. Interestingly, it has only been spoken of in relation to drinking water. Nobody has suggested that the pollution itself underground causes another significant danger. Now, my question is, we have also heard about the way in which the site may or may not cause a diversion in the plume as the water carries through it. Is that a problem in as much that the water is dealt with by the extraction before it goes to be drunk by anybody? Has there ever been a case locally where people have had to drink water contaminated with the bromate? And further, I would need some sort of guarantee, particularly for the people of Essendon, that the water that they drink will not be affected by this in the future.
Okay, thank you, Stephen. The Environment Agency, I'll wait till Jeff Jones has spoken and then I'll ask them to answer your question as well as Jeff's. Councillor Jones.
Yeah, thanks, Chairman. Well, it's pretty much similar to what Stephen has already requested, and Seamus as well. We're saying that the response from the Environmental Agency is very key, I think, to this application. When we heard it last time, they weren't present, and that was extremely disappointing. So it's really good to see him here for this application again. And I would very much like to hear their opinion on this, the issue of the bromate plume. And you know, we've heard obviously from Dr. Rivet, his opinion, etc. We've heard the response from Mr. Tracy from Brett. Well, his opinion. I'd very much like to hear what the Environmental Agency have got to say in terms of the movement of it. Is it in the site? Is there a chance of it coming into the site? And, you know, what are the risks? And especially, as Stephen said, for the drinking water supply in Essendon. So some sort of response from them, I think, as members, I think we'd find it very useful. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Jones. Can I ask the two Environment Agency, either Mr. Spence or Ms. Jones, if they would like to respond to those questions on the bromate plume and its risks and social? Who wishes to speak first?
Yeah, perhaps if I could speak first and answer perhaps the first part of the question from Stephen Bolton around the bromate plume and drinking water. Clearly, we all know the bromate pollution is there, and it has affected public water supply. That is the very reason that the Hatfield borehole was taken out of supply. Since then, that borehole has been used as part of a remediation strategy to help contain and remove bromate from the aquifer. So it is there. It is something that we have to deal with and the water companies have to deal with. In terms of the figures that are quoted, they are drinking water standards. So that is for Affinity Water or Thames Water to ensure that when they supply water by your tap, that meets the standards. Now, the current standard for UK drinking water is 10 micrograms of bromate per litre. Affinity would not, I'm speaking on their behalf, which is a bit naughty, but I will, would not supply water
what's happened there?
I think Debbie Jones seems
anywhere
to be
near that level. Sorry, I think I'm back.
Oh,
Sorry,
yes. Yes.
talking.
We lost you for a few
So, you know, they supply good quality drinking water, and they can do that by a number of means throughout the network by blending and switching supplies. So there is no, people in Hertfordshire will always be given good quality drinking water. That is the role of the water companies. In terms of diversion of the plume, we have obviously put an awful lot of work in over the past 20 years on understanding bromate and the bromate plume. I don't think anything that I've heard today has changed the view that we have over this application, that given if the applicants can meet the points that we raised with them in terms of the way that they work at the area that they work and within their water level management plan, the risk of diverting the plume or causing additional risk to drinking water is negligible. But Keith is far more technical to me, so Keith, perhaps you'd like to add to that?
Okay, yeah. So just on the topic of diverting the plume. Okay, so we have looked at, obviously we've looked at everything in quite a high degree of detail, and we feel that Dr. Mike Rivet probably didn't have visibility of all the information that we have for the area, because obviously we're looking at the quarry site, and we've got the larger bromate plume which is overlaid across Hertfordshire. We have as we're aware, the Hatfield Quarry and the historical Hatfield Quarry workings are immediately north of the proposed Ellenbrook Quarry site. And on the Hatfield Quarry site, there are several deep ponds which are actually in hydraulic continuity with the lower mineral aquifer horizon. So we've got strong reason to believe that historically the lower aquifer was actually worked at that site. And in addition to this, we have several groundwater monitoring wells between the historical Hatfield quarry site and the proposed Eston quarry, and the Rostock and the Titanga abstraction boreholes. And we've never ever seen bromate in any of the boreholes between the historical Hatfield site quarries and the two abstraction boreholes, and therefore, you know, we don't believe that the plume will be diverted by the workings that are proposed in the lower mineral aquifer. There are a few other bits and pieces in the actual proposal. As Simon Tracy mentioned, the water management plan, they're not actually proposing to do extensive dewatering from the lower mineral aquifer. And where they are proposing to do so, they've got very, very comprehensive management plan. So we are happy that any works within the lower mineral aquifer are managed, and they will not cause a diversion of this plume. Okay, second question from Jeff Jones was about the presence of the bromate on the site. We have no data at the moment that suggests that the bromate is actually directly under the mineral working area within the proposed quarry site. Some of the drawings that have been presented in today are slightly misleading. There are drawings that show the plume directly beneath the site, but they're actually drawings which were created as regional drawings when we're discussing the wider bromate plume. And the resolution of the data when drawing the plumes is not as great as the actual data that has been presented around the quarry site. So the most reliable source of groundwater quality data around the site is actually within the BRET's information and their groundwater quality and management plan. And a third point I'd like to talk about is actually the role of pumping at Bishop's Rise. So the groundwater pumping at Bishop's Rise is primarily designed to manage or divert the bromate plume away from the Eston groundwater public water supply. And there have been some periods of operational difficulties, previously. Now, in recent times, we've actually managed to work with the water companies and the parties who are actually responsible for the pollution, which originated from Sandringham. And the pumping rate's now at a stable, established rate to provide our optimal kind of position of the plume. And also, we need to state the vast majority of the high concentrations of bromate and the transport of bromate actually occurs at quite a greater depth than the base of the quarry. The actual Bishop's Rise abstracts from a depth greater than 68 metres below the ground. And it's actually not a single shaft in the ground. It's not a single borehole. It's actually a pair of boreholes with a network of adits, which actually reached out and increased the actual capture zone of the well. So the actual abstraction and the majority of the flow in the plume is actually much deeper than the base of this quarry, which I believe is actually at 16 metres below ground level. So again, we are happy that the proposal will not actually affect the ability to, it shouldn't influence the benefit of the pumping that's undertaken at Bishop's Rise, which is primarily to draw the plume slightly further south and away from Essendon to protect that water supply. And in addition to that, I'm also very mindful of the purpose of the abstraction at Bishop's Rise. It's not actually to recover bromate mass. It is primarily designed just to divert the plume.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Spence. I've got a number of people who want to ask questions. Can I say from now on, can you please use the chat bar if you're a member of the committee to say that you want to ask a question, and only for that purpose. Now, I've got 3 people who want to ask a question. Steve Drury, you want to ask a question about the depth of the plume, but I suspect that was answered by Mr. Spence just now. Do you agree with that?
Yes, Chair, I would. That was answered. I just wondered whether it was like a flat piece of glass or whether the plume had actual depth on it, or rather than just lying flat at one particular depth, if you like.
Okay, thank you. So I have 2 people, Seamus Pulte and Dreda Gordon, wish to ask a question. Seamus.
Yeah, thank you. Listen, it's very complicated. I'm not a scientist, don't claim to be one, but when I listen to yourself, Keith, right, you sound very reassuring. But what I'm sure our residents want to hear is there a risk, and at what level that risk is that bromate can get into the water supply because of this particular gravel extraction. So it's a straightforward question. If there is a risk, just tell us. What weight do you put to that risk? And also, is there, because that's what residents want to know. We're being bounced around about with technical scientific information, but at the end of the day, tell us whether the risk is there. Whether it's small, big, major, I don't know. So I leave it to you. Tell us, please.
Okay, well, the question you've asked about the risk of this getting into water supply is actually a question for Affinity Water. However, I mean, I'll state straight away. Oops, sorry. Oh, hang on. Pardon me. I just managed to disturb my screen. So, as I said, the question of bromate actually entering water supply at the tap is a question for Affinity Water. However, they do manage this, and they would never ever allow water which contains bromate higher than their drinking water standard to enter supply. Now, the aquifer is contaminated. However, the water companies are managing this by diverting the plume, by pumping out Bishop's Rise, which is protecting the supply at Essendon. So that's a safe supply. The plume itself does extend as far as the New River, where Thames Water have extractions, and they make that supply safe by actually blending the water together. So the supply is safe as far as we're concerned.
Okay.
I asked, is what level of risk is there? Now, at the end of the day, right, you're the Environment Agency, right? That you're taking the gravel out, which acts as some form of, I understand from another scientist, it acts as a buffer. You're taking that away, right?
I need to, sorry, Seamus. I need to refer back to the response I made earlier about the quarry that exists to the north of the site, which is the historical Hatfield quarry, where part of this layer has already been removed. So, and we're not really seeing any ill effect from that work, the historical works in that area. So, you know, the risk is exceptionally low.
Okay, so you're saying it's happened already in another place. The risk is very, very low. So you're saying the same risk. It's a very, very low risk.
Yeah, just the quarry in question, the Hatfield quarry in question, is actually the site that bounds the north of the proposed site.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, that's helpful.
Okay, Dreader Gordon, you have a question?
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, thank you. The contamination of the water supply from this site, or that runs through this site, is historic. And I wondered if there had been any investigations carried out by perhaps Public Health England or any other body into any of the side effects that may have been caused by contamination of the water on that part of the population.
Unfortunately, that's a question I cannot actually answer. I mean, I'm solely involved in the groundwater quality.
Okay.
Chair, do we know if there's any reports that the officers might be able to point us in the direction of that would answer that question?
Jane, have you got any information on that?
Joe, I don't have any information on the public health impacts of the bromate plume more generally, and whether there's any proposals to study that in any more detail. I'm not aware of that.
So I think the main focus is to keep bromate plume away from drinking water, so that shouldn't be an issue. Okay, any other member of the committee wish to make a statement or ask any questions? Can you indicate in the chat box, or if you wish to do that? If not, then we can go to the vote. Does anybody want to make any statements before we go to the vote?
Yeah, Mr. Chairman. Sorry, I thought we could have some form of debate or chat.
Yes,
I wasn't too sure we were going straight to a vote. I didn't know that. Look, my take on this is there's going to be an impact on the community. It's fair to say this, it is going to have a large impact on the local community. There will be significant damage to the openness of the green belt, potentially silicon dust, quarrying and all that sort of business, and that's bound to happen. But the threat to the water supply is possibly key to all at the heart of this whole application. And if I'm hearing it right, the environment officers are telling us that it's a very, very low risk. Now, I presume they are saying that that's an acceptable risk. Because they're not objecting. We haven't heard an objection from Affinity Water as well. They're not objecting, so presumably they think it's an acceptable risk. It's concerning. It's a worry. This is a balancing act, and I think we, as one of the residents said earlier on in his presentation, that we are actually it will be, when we're voting, we should be thinking of our children and our children's children's here. It could be affecting. It could be affecting the water supply for a long, long time. But the other side of the coin is we haven't had any evidence to say that it would be damaging the water supply. And that's a really interesting point. So I don't know what my colleagues feel on this. I'm kind of like sitting in the middle here, and I'd want to hear some of their arguments and their views to see whether I'd support the officers or I would vote against. So I'm waiting to hear some of my colleagues coming forward.
Thank you. Stephen Bolton, I think you wanted to make a comment.
Thank you, Chairman. I think the paragraph 914 in the report sets out the situation. And we have here a huge reserve of minerals, which clearly the county is keen to resource. But we have to look at the planning balance for this. And I think the report does say that there will be some damage to the green belt. I think the report says there will be some damage to the air quality. And it says there is some risk from the bromate plume, although we've heard from the Environment Agency that that is very small. The report says there's some intensification of the traffic on the A1057. And the report also says there is some cumulative effect by having the quarries near to other quarries. We talk about short-term and long-term effects. The quarry will be extracted for 32 or 33 years, which, you know, is half a lifetime for a lot of people. People who live near Ellenbrook at the moment, aged 40 to 50, may have the quarry going on for the rest of their lives, which seems quite a long time. So for me, on balance, I don't think I can support this application. I think there is sufficient doubt in my mind that the benefits of the quarrying outweigh the detrimental effects that I've just outlined. Thank you.
Can't hear you, Chairman.
Yeah, I'm asking Brian Owen if you'd like to make a comment, because he did send me a text, and I wondered if you wanted to make a statement.
All I was going to say, Chairman, was that when you come to the resolution, and I'm not sure you're at that point yet, I just wanted to make a point that following the paper last night, which talked about the unilateral undertaking and bullet point 3 of the resolution, the advice that we're giving is that the unilateral undertaking is a demonstration of goodwill by the company, but it and along with the deed of variation isn't a material consideration in coming to a decision on this application. That's the point that I wanted to make. So the resolution, as per the order paper, will have the 3 bullet points, which are in respect of the recommendation for planning permission to be granted, subject to the conditions, subject to the section 106, and subject to referral of the application to the Secretary of State. So I don't think I had any points in respect of that debate, but that's just what I wanted to draw to your attention, Chair.
Okay, thank you very much, Brian. We'll take that into account when we go to the vote. So are there any comments on the plume and the risks of the plume? Any further points that people want to make on that? No. Okay. In that case, I think we could go to a vote now, unless anybody wants to make any further comments before we go to a vote. Dreadar Gordon, you wish to make another comment?
Thank you, Chair. There's a couple of points that I wanted to raise, really. I mean, I understand what Mr. Owen's saying in that the deed of variation has no relevance, if you like, to the permission. But I have to say that it's a very important issue to local residents who were promised 20 years ago that there was going to be an Ellenbrook Park set up. And they are still waiting. And now we're hearing that this is suddenly going to be resolved within 18 months. And I'm not sure that people who have lost confidence in the whole system, in the whole breakdown of negotiations between St Albans District Council, Welwyn Hatfield Council and HCC, have got any confidence in that particular process. So I would like to see something firmed up within the deed of variation, even if it's outside this particular application. But I mean, we do have serious misgivings from those two local councils, St Albans District Council and Welwyn Hatfield Council, and reasons as to why they both oppose this application on grounds of the traffic movements, on grounds regarding the country park, in grounds of contamination and the cumulative effect of mining in this particular area, and of course the very, very important point that keeps being raised about water contamination. Now, I'm not sure that we really know enough, or that we've been given enough assurances for me to proceed with a vote in favour of this, given the fact that we know that bromate is a known carcinogen, and the effects that that might have, as other councillors have said, on future generations. And on that basis, because of the lack of information really on the effects that this may have and has had in the past, I don't feel that I'm in a position to be able to, in all conscience rather, vote for this. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Drea. Anybody else like to make any comment either on the bromate plume or the deed of variation? No.
No, hold on. Mr. Chairman, I'm wondering if officers could comment, because this is potentially key to working up a reason. If officers could comment on the substantial negative weight is given to the inappropriate development and impact on the openness of the green belt. So what we're saying here, this was in 9.14, I think, that Stephen referred to, is that there is severe negative weight given to the inappropriate development. And if that's the case, that actually tilts the scale away from a positive recommendation. And I'm wondering if officers want to say anything before we vote.
Chair or Brian, do you wish to say something on that?
Thank you, Chair. Yes, at 914, we have talked about substantial negative weight to the inappropriate aspects of the development and the impact on the openness of the greenbelt. That's because we're required by national planning policy to give substantial weight to any harm to the greenbelt. What I would say is that the harms to the greenbelt are limited in extent, and mineral extraction is a temporary activity. Restoration would be, so openness would be restored in the long term as part of the restoration, and there would be benefits to the restoration in terms of the delivery of the park and all of the landscaping that's proposed with it. So you're right to identify that substantial weight, but I would say that it's temporary, and the site will be fully restored. And just, if I may, Chair, on the other points that have been raised about the other harms, we've identified in the report that those harms are modest, they're limited, and they are fully mitigated by the proposed conditions. So in relation to bromate, we've heard that the risks are very small, and that the groundwater management plan that's been submitted fully addresses those risks. And with the advice that we've had from the Environment Agency, there's no objection from the agency or from Affinity Water, and we should really take that advice on board in deciding the risks to public water supply. Chair, thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Yes, the Environment Agency is the responsible body for these issues, so I think we should attach a lot of weight to their statement that the risk is minimal and manageable. David Andrews, do you wish to say something? David, are you there?
What?
No, I can't hear you, David. I don't know whether you've lost contact. Oh, yes, you are.
Yeah, too many buttons to press. Do forgive me. Thank you, Chairman.
Okay.
I've listened with great interest to a very complicated subject, and we've been here before. And obviously the bromate is a very emotive issue and one that strikes to the very centre of everything we are to protect our residents from any risk, but either perceived or real. But I'm not convinced that that is the challenge here. I'm more concerned about the green belt, and I was interested to hear the officer say that this is only a temporary effect on the green belt. Now, this is potentially, I know of sites like this that have been 35 years or more and still not fully restituted. You know, the definition of temporary, 20 years, 25 years, 30 years, that is a generational thing. I don't consider that temporary. I would consider 5 years temporary. I might consider 8 years pushing temporary, but I don't consider a generational situation to be temporary. That is a challenge for me. Perhaps Mr. Dempster could comment.
Thank you, Chair. I need to say that it's a phased mineral extraction and progressive restoration. So the part of the site that's affected by mineral extraction and disturbance is fairly limited in size. We saw in the phasing plans earlier that land is being restored while the other phases are being worked, and that public access is provided through the yet to be worked areas and the restored areas. So I take the point that is for a long duration, but mineral activity is defined as a temporary activity, and the perimeter bunds would stay in place, and also the bunds around the processing plant, so that they are the aspects which are or remain in place throughout the development. But as I say, the area affected by mineral extraction is limited and the restoration is progressive.
I can't hear you, David.
Might I just come back with a secondary, if you permit?
Yes, of course.
Yeah, Mr. Dempster, yes, that's fine. I take that. And yes, it is an ongoing thing and it can be done in stages and phases. But another concern for me, and sorry for not having raised it earlier, but it's really come to mind, is the infill of this. Now, traditionally, these sites have been infilled with waste. And that is not something that's likely to be happening going forward. So what is envisaged will replace the minerals that are extracted?
So the proposal is to use some of the material that's raised, the interburdens and overburdens, to restore the lower mineral horizon, and the void that's left over is above the lower mineral horizon. That's a substantial void to be filled. Approximately, the estimated deficit is between 1.5 million cubes and 2 million cubes, which is equivalent to around 50 to 62,500 cubes per annum. So it's on the scale of these size of sites, it's modest. So we would expect that material would be available in the market. Appreciate it's cyclical along with the development industry, but we don't, along with the restoration being progressive, we don't foresee it as a big problem that the site won't be restored or that there's a lack of suitable material for restoration.
Okay, thank you. Jeff Jones, I believe you want to ask a question. Jeff?
Yeah, thanks, Jim. Yeah, just to say, really, getting back to the bromate, I was just to say that I was comforted with the EA. Debbie was saying that she considered the drinking water levels risk. The risk was going to be negligible, she mentioned, which I found that quite reassuring, actually, because you know, we know there is a risk there, and she was talking about the bromate levels for drinking water, 10 milligrams, I think she said, per litre. So the fact that it will be below that reassured me somewhat.
Okay, thank you. So I have nobody else who said they want to make a comment. So what I think I'll do now is go to the vote. And there's been a lot of discussion about the bromate plume. We have the Environment Agency's advice that they say the risk is negligible and there will be monitoring conditions in place. There's been some discussion about the deed of variation, but we're advised that that's not a material planning consideration for this particular planning application. So the officer's recommendation is that planning permission be granted subject to conditions set out in section 10 of the report, completion of a new section 106 agreement to provide for new site access and related highways works on the 1057, extension to the rights of way network, and referral of the application, which will have to go to the Secretary of State for approval. So can you go in, put your view in the chat box, please, on that? And also, I'll go past one of you at a time and ask you whether you agree or not with that recommendation. So I'll start with David Andrews. David, do you support the recommendation? David, can you hear me?
Sorry, Chairman. Yes, I'm having issues. I have to say, with some reluctance, I do support the recommendation, but I'm not entirely happy.
Okay, thank you. Stephen Bolton.
I'm against the recommendation.
Steve Drury.
Same with me, Chair. I'm against.
Greta Gordon.
Against, Chair.
Thank you. Jeff Jones.
Sorry, Chair. I'm for the recommendation. Slightly reluctantly, but I'm for it. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Michael Muir.
I agree with the recommendation.
Thank you. Seamus Quilty.
Yeah, I'm reluctantly going to vote against the officer's recommendation on green belt grounds.
Okay, thank you. My turn. I'm going to vote to support the recommendation. Tim Williams.
Seems like it comes down to me here. I'm against the recommendation.
Okay, thank you. So we have, according to my calculation, 4 against and 4 in favour. Is that? Can the officers confirm that that's the case? No, it's 5 against.
Yeah.
5 against and 4 in favour. So that motion, the officer's recommendation, is not supported by the committee. So we have to consider what reason we want to give for turning down this planning application. So can I ask Brian if he can suggest how we proceed in terms of finding reasons for refusal?
Sorry, Chairman. The reasons must come from the members. This is the decision of the committee. I can't put words into their mouths. The members have made the decision. They've made them for the reasons that they have in their minds, and the members that have voted against this need to come forward and explain the reasons that they voted against this. I can help with sort of putting that into to planning language, if you like, but in these circumstances, that's the circumstance. I don't know if there's any legal advice from Damien in that, but that's the sort of circumstance that we've come to here. A vote has been taken, but we need to understand the reasons that the councillors that have voted against this have taken for that. And yes, I can happily put those into sort of planning language, but the reasons are in those members' minds, and we need to hear those. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So I'll start with the people who voted against in the order that I've had them. Stephen Bolton, do you wish to give your reasons?
Thank you, Chairman. I think, as I said earlier, for me, it is the cumulative effects of some damage to the green belt, some detriment to air quality, some risks to the bromate plume, which I'm not entirely satisfied on, some intensification of the traffic on the A1057, and some of the cumulative effects with the existing quarrying that goes on. Plus the fact that short term, as I said earlier, is 5 or 8 years, and 33 years is long term. It's a long term effect. So I think those reasons would be my reasons.
So you're saying it's an cumulative effect of a number of different dimensions: the green belt, the risk to the bromate plume, a growth in traffic, and air quality.
Yes, and the cumulative effect of nearby quarry works.
Nearby quarry works, okay.
Yes, and the fact that it's not short term if it's 33 years.
Yeah.
Okay. Can I ask Steve Dury if you want to add any reasons, or will you support those reasons?
Well, I'm pretty much okay with what Stephen has just gone along with. I mean, that's been, as having listened to this, that was the conclusion I came to. It's the fact there is a whole load of things put together which really take it over one side of the fence rather than the other side of the fence. And I just don't think we know enough about the future of what's going to happen in and around this site at any point in the future. It's not cut and dried. It's not like some of the things we've heard over the years with regard to gravel extraction. They've been pretty straightforward, but like the Bengio one, as has been mentioned, you know, there are issues with that which actually spill over onto this one as well. So it's just an accumulative effect of a whole load of issues with regard to the whole planning thing.
Okay, thank you. Dredder, do you want to add any reasons for refusal?
Thank you, Chair. I think Stephen's summed up the concerns that I raised, which also came from the two other local authorities, St Albans District Council and Welwyn Hatfield Council. I would also like to add, I think, the point I made previously in regards to the lack of information from Public Health England on any impacts that the bromate plume may have had on the population that were exposed to it in previous years.
Okay, thank you. Seamus.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. There's one thing that I would add on to Stephen's sort of long list of how do you call it, but counterbalancing arguments away from the recommendation, and that's the air quality. I would actually say that there is a potential possibility of having quite a damage to the local air quality with silica dust. And I think that needs to be fed into our conditions as well. It was mentioned quite extensively in another quarry that we talked about in Bengio. So all in all, I think that on balance that there possibly could be a threat to the water supply, but the Environment Agency has batted that away. But I think some of the things that Stephen has said, it's just it's an extra straw that's broken the camel's back. It's not just one thing, it's potentially a dozen things, and they all add up. And I think that's why I voted against.
Okay, thank you. And finally, Tim Williams, do you want to add anything to that?
Yeah, thank you, Chairman. I do support what Stephen's highlighted earlier. I think those reasonings are absolutely fine. I'm just a bit concerned from my borough council's development control sort of training sort of thing. They always go against a little bit of scattergun approach over lots of reasonings. But I do appreciate Brian's difficult position here. He has to sort of do the words as per the committee. But overall, I do support Stephen's suggestions.
Okay, thank you. So if I can just briefly summarise before I ask the officers if they can suggest how they can draft a refusal. My understanding is that the feeling is that this should be turned down because of the accumulative effect of a number of different issues. First of all, the impact on the openness of the green belt. Secondly, the air quality, particularly the silica dust. Thirdly, the risks to the bromate plume, which despite assurances have not been taken. The concern of the committee has not been assuaged on that. The intensification of the road traffic and the intensification of nearby quarries in the vicinity around that part of Hatfield. Can I ask Brian and Che, are you happy to draft a refusal based on that accumulative effect?
Chairman, yes, certainly. I've got a note of that, and I'm sure other officers from the council have got that as well. And yes, these are reasons for refusal, and one can anticipate that there will be an appeal from Brett Aggregates, and well, obviously members are aware of the financial side of that. That's something that I must make members aware, of course, in any decision that they make. But certainly, I'm happy that I've got everything, and I've captured the points that members have raised there, and we can draft these into a decision notice. I'm happy if the chairman would wish to see that, and the spokespersons as well, before that is issued as the decision of the council. But yes, I can draft that up. Yes,
thank you, Brian. So yes, if you could circulate the draft reason for refusal to myself and the two group leaders of the other groups, they really will get that.
Mr. Chairman, as Seamus here, I'd like to just come in there on a question to Brian, just something where he was just talking about. In my planning training, it's if we make an unreasonable decision, then we're at a potential exposure for costs. But I believe that we have not made an unreasonable decision today, but I would just like his professional opinion as to whether we have or have not.
That's a very difficult decision. You're asking me to sort of determine a costs application.
No.
On the hoof. So the reasons that, if I can reflect principally upon what Stephen Bolton said, they are all matters which relate to planning matters. You have had advice to the committee, and we brought the advice that members asked for from the Environment Agency for you. So you have heard that advice. Whether any...
Chairman, I'm sorry to interrupt you.
Yeah.
Brian, is this the right forum for you to be discussing this? I just wonder if it does go to appeal, then
I agree with Stephen. This is shouldn't necessarily form part of this meeting.
And forgive me for jumping in. This is Damien Awilner. Brian, may I suggest we leave that point for now, and then the chair can carry on with the meeting.
Okay, so we'll move on then on that particular question. Okay, so well, my understanding now is that the committee has refused that planning application for reasons that have been drafted, and Brian and Che will put that into a draft recommendation for refusal, or draft reasons for refusal, which will be cleared between myself and the two leaders of the opposition parties and the deputy chairman, Michael Muir. So I think that means the meeting is now at an end. So I will say that the meeting is now finished at 14:43.
Chairman, can I just offer you my vote of thanks for chairing this meeting? I suspect it will be supported by other members. I think you have done a truly sterling job today. Normally this morning, but it's been a long session. Thank you so much. Your hand on the tiller has made a very difficult and challenging couple of applications a lot easier. Thank you.
Thank you very much for those comments, David.
I also think we've heard from some very eloquent people today, members of the public who wish to speak, as well as the experts who have given us an awful lot of information. Sometimes they can give you too much information,